for some introductions. Yes, yes, I know. We have to work with what we have. And we have in our culture this improvement of about the time. But okay, let's not make that the thing that will put our energy down. Okay, I know that we are not on time already, but let's work with that and let's try to recover time. For now, we will have 2 different workshops in 2 different rooms. Okay, so for those who are interested in staying with the, I'm sorry, I don't want to the stereotypes, fact or fiction, that will happen here in this room. For lawyers or people very committed with the advocacy or with the legislation situation, we will have in this room here, just in front of this, in the door that are in the middle of the name of this that I don't remember in English, sorry, but it's the door just in front of this. We will have the law and homeschooling, okay? So this is one. So for those who want to go to the other room, or if you want to stay here, everyone is welcome to choose. It will be, everything will be in English translated to French or something between, okay? Okay. Thank you. So I will invite the people that will remain in this room to come together more close to the front, okay? Because it is a very long room. So if you feel comfortable to come near me, it would be nice. If you wish. Peter, give the example, please. Just joking, but if... Okay. Great. Again, I will appeal for your understanding for some things, technological things that we are dealing with that are also not helping us making things on time, but we are making an effort to have everything. Right now, we are dealing with a connection with Peter Gray that will be with us right now by Zoom, but we are expecting the Zoom to work. It will work. Okay? So I'm appealing for your understanding again. No, we really have to have the Zoom because So again, the lunch was okay? Very good? More or less? Okay, good. Are you meeting new people already? Yes, great. Are you having ideas already? Yes, great. Another thing that I will repeat later, okay? We put in a wall, I think at the end of the room, some labels, okay? With words. And we will have post-its available. The idea is when you have a thought about solutions, challenges, and I don't remember the third word, please go there and write something. We really want to have all the ideas, how much sharing we can, to leave here tomorrow with the most with lots of possibilities of working together. So please share in the moments that we will have to share by words. questions, thank you, Peter, the third label that we have there, questions, solutions, and challenges. Okay, and the idea is put some post-it, some ideas about this. Please share by words when we have the opportunity to do it. Okay, give me a minute.
So you're doing the stereotypes.
Erica will do it.
With Peter Gray. Let me go first.
Okay.
So that then we can have Peter come in.
Okay.
Right now,
Great. Let's begin. Okay. Because of that, we can begin. Is that it, Ellie? Can we begin? Yeah? Okay. So we will begin this panel. Okay, let me just, where is, it's this mine? Yeah. No, this is, oh, no, it's here. But I need Erica here. I know it's me. I'm a little bit nervous when I'm not on time, to be honest with you. But, okay. Thank you so much again. Sometimes I need my moment, to breathe a little, to remember that we are with friends here, that we are a kind of a European family doing the same. And I'm so happy for that. So we will begin this panel, okay, about this idea. Does home education, is that divided on stereotypes? Is there stereotypes about home education or not? Is that a fact or a fiction? So let me introduce you Amy. Amy comes from Hungary. I never know if I'm pronouncing this okay, your country okay. I hope so. So Amy is most of all a member of the GHEX European Committee with me and with Erica and more people. Amy was born in Budapest, but she spent many years abroad in the Benelux states and in the United States. She has been homeschooling and road schooling for more than 10 years. Her experiences led her to become an advocate for parental rights in her country of origin. And Amy, let me present you as this person that is also making so many efforts to have more freedom in your country, and as a researcher also, because I know that you are that concerning about to have more tools regarding to researching to defend more and better the homeschool in the places where you are living and connected. So let's see what you have to show us. Thank you so much, Amy.
So thank you everyone being here. Yes, I am from Hungary, and Silvia, you pronounced it quite well. We say it Magyarország. So it would be forever to learn this. So let's stay with Hungary. Okay, so I will have a presentation that I want it to be a little bit more personal, because our own way to homeschooling is a really good example how stereotypes work and how you can just defend yourself to stay in the cage of stereotypes. So the first question is, what is a stereotype? But before we go into it, somehow it doesn't change for you. Can you, Silvia, ask why the picture doesn't change it? It works for me on my computer.
you need to take them on.
Oh, this one?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. So, my sons say to me sometimes that I am a boomer, but they mean it good. Okay. So, first, I was born in the 70s in Hungary. That was within the last 15 years of Soviet dictatorship in Europe. Sometimes looking back, I can just laugh how simple life was if one just followed the rules. Everyone had a job, standardized salary, same prices. Everything was like easy. I mean, no headache over what brand to choose or which store. Advertisements made no sense. They were like you see on the picture. We bought these in the candy shop, says the little girl, showing up some candies. So candies in the candy shop. Very good. And the next one says the big red script, state standard shoes. So there is one state standard shoe for males, one for females, and one for kids. So it was really easy to decide what you do with your life. At that time, there were no more executions for unfaithfulness to the party or Big Brother, and a relatively okay life if you just follow the rules. We were used to accepting the rules without deeply questioning them. And now, I would like to ask you, when I go on with the story, to just try to track down the phrases or words or things that are related to stereotypes. Okay, like in the last sentence I said, I went through the system not asking many questions. Not asking many questions is something that is related to just accept stereotypes that are given to you. So I mean just these kind of phrases, and the opposite on the way or way to coming out from the whole system machinery. What were the little clues that show you that we wanted something more or different that was in the stereotypes given to us? Okay, so this is a little bit of brain work for you too. While at the university studying Germanistics, I took a gap year and went to Germany. It was just after the Berlin Wall fell down. At that time, it was quite a pioneering adventure. Then I spent 1 year in Ukraine as a teacher. Coming home, I felt the calling to become a lawyer. So I did. And then I married, and then I had 1 and 2 and 3 sons. Our oldest was already born when I worked as a lawyer linguist in the European Parliament in Luxembourg. There it was common for moms to give their 3-month-old children to the crèche, that is like pre-kindergarten, but I was restless. We found it bad, but all the colleagues did so. And I gave up my job and went back to be a stay-at-home mother. However, our kids began to go to kindergarten like everyone else. They spent their less time than others because I was always unwilling to give them into foreign hands, not knowing about them for a whole day. And still, I never thought a question about going to school for them. Shoe in the shoe store, you remember? Yes, and kids in the public school. It's a no-brainer. The moment we began to feel that something was really wrong hit soon. When my oldest one started first grade in Belgium, we suffered deeply from the lack of freedom and connection with him. But we saw that most of the parents were not really interested in this. They actually were okay not knowing much about their children's life. We felt that something was not okay, but didn't know any other way to bring up kids other than send them to school. So we tried to pick a better school for them, but it didn't help. Not that our kids did not do well in school, but they were not enthusiastic anymore to discover the world. They did not want to spend time in the school. One day, a family in our church told us about their homeschooling. We were shocked how extreme this was, not going to school. Somehow, we felt that it was highly extravagant and not right and ordinary. It was out of the machinery, like being a hippie. But by that time, we already knew that the existing system was not good. They invited us to see a co-op, a teaching group. When we visited it, we saw many great curriculums, textbooks that were dreamlike to me. I wished I could have learned from them when I was a student. And kids, the older ones individually studying in front of the computers, the younger ones sitting on the soft carpet, laughing excitedly, asking questions or listening seriously to the parent who was teaching them. I found this no longer something hippie-like, just plainly good, but impossible to us. We could not do it. No one does it. We had no wings to fly this way. And so we stayed in the machine. But we found that we could not forget about that other world. 2 more years passed by until we became bold enough to step out of the cage of the big system. Then we closed our eyes and stepped out on the water, and we began homeschooling. These are some pictures. We have a school named Five Oaks School because our name is Oakwood, and these are some of our travels between on Indian countries and in the U.S., around the U.S. and so on. It was our school for them. But why is it so hard to step out of the system? And please remind the words or expressions you found because we will just come back to them. So now my question is, what is a stereotype? If you do have a phone that has internet, I would like to ask you to take it and go to menti.com and use this code that is on the screen. How many of you have internet connection? 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, some. There is a Wi-Fi here. Just the code is a little bit complicated. Maybe we can help with it. Okay, so then there will be another voting too, so it's worth to connect on the Wi-Fi. So the question is, if you think a stereotype must be always false or harmful. And now we would now you should see the other picture. Syria, I'm sorry, can you ask the guys to switch the... Yes, I think they will switch it now.
But can you leave the code for more time? Because some people...
They do it from the office, so they arrange what we see. Okay. Okay, so it's an easy question, so I think we can see the results, that it doesn't take so long. Okay, Sylvia, if it doesn't work, then I can just tell the results.
I think it's working. People just get
For them, yes, but that it comes on the screen. Okay, I have 1 no, 1 yes, 3 no's. It's funny to see because they are just balls coming into the picture as before. Okay, so I have definitely more no's than yeses. Yes, you see it. We have 4 no's and 2 yeses in the room. Okay, and even more. Okay, so we will decide it later. I just wanted to know your opinion before we go on with the presentation. So then we should go back. Yes, thank you, guys. It's the technical guys who does this in the other room, so they are really difficult job. And now we look it up in the Merriam-Webster dictionary. What is a stereotype? We see the second definition. Something conforming to a fixed or general pattern, especially a standardized mental picture that is held in common by members of a group and that represents an oversimplified opinion, prejudiced attitude, or uncritical judgment. Okay, so according to Merriam-Webster, I would judge that stereotypes are necessarily wrong. If they are harmful, this will be something other. I think generally they are harmful in most of the case, and especially if we see the homeschooling as our specific topic today. So let's go on. This was what is a stereotype. Why are stereotypes harmful? So we are united in the, almost united. We just forgot about the 2 yeses. So we are almost united in the answer that it's, oh, sorry, oh, no, more no. Okay, so not necessarily harmful. Yeah, so it is interesting, but we will go on and see and look a little bit more. And I agree with the no as well, because I think stereotypes are really wrong because they are simplified, but not useless. Wrong on according to a man. If I just use stereotypes to judge a man, then it is always harmful and wrong. But sometimes we are able to go on with stereotypes to get some help from them. But let's look at it in the homeschooling environment. Why was this idea so hard for us to begin to homeschool, to just step out of the system? Because why did it take more than 3 years to believe that it is not an utopia, not a hippie-like, irresponsible, childish rebellion? And now I would like you to remember what you just noted during my story. And if you just want to just tell one out loud, then feel free to do it. So what was that? That was about stereotypes, something that that is really typical for stereotypes. Okay, there was all the parents thing, or the parents are fine with having their kids full-time in the school and so on. So all the people, or most of the parents, or everyone does it on this way, or this kind of typical things. On the other side, what was in our conscious, it was like we felt wrong. We knew somehow that we should do it somehow different. So the one thing is something that is outward and a popular thing, and the other thing, the other side, on the other side, out of the box are your thinkings, your feelings, maybe your face, your lead, something that tells you the opposite of what everyone says. But it's a very hard thing if everyone says the opposite what you think. It's a questionable thing. So stereotypes are building invisible walls around those who hold a stereotype and who are not. The question is if we recognize and if we can demolish them. But most people actually like stereotypes. Why? Because they make life easier. And sometimes it's really, we use a lot of stereotypes. When you say, Mike just said in the morning, in Europe the sizes are smaller. Yes, this is true until we don't just compare two specific rooms, a small room in the US and a big room in Europe, because that happens sometimes. So then our stereotype just misled us. So, but the stereotype gives you belonging. If you belong to the big crowd, if you follow the stereotypes there is given to you, then you will be fine. As I told you during my childhood, everything was fine until you didn't jump out of the box. So it is a little bit hard to judge by this point. But what did stereotypes give in our life, and what do they give to everyone who just wants to unfollow stereotypes or not follow? It gives fear. And what are you afraid of? So everyone goes to school. Why do you think you know better than everyone? Are you genius? Are you God? Why do you think you know it better? So this is a fear from being wrong in what you feel is right. It can be very hard and very strong. Or parents are not able to teach their kids. Fear of failing and never getting the chance to correct your mistake. If they are right, then you are in a very bad position. They will fall behind, I mean the kids. Fear of shame and harming your precious kids. Or you will ruin your kids' life now. Fear of missing out something better than what you can give. Or you rob them of friends and peer fun. Or you misunderstand God. So the stereotypes affects very strongly. They are often heard, commonly held, stated as fact, not as opinion. Friends, Christians, appreciated people and leaders hold them as well. And it's not questioned, so they have to be true. And now, a vote again. It will be like 5 statements, and you will have 3 minutes to share your opinion about them. And again, you should go to menti.com and use the code 8347. You will see it in a minute. 4475. So you can see it now on the screen. Just pull your bar until you think. 8347 4475. Okay, so, oh, it's changing. So it's not about your, so what are your stereotypes on homeschooling, but what are the most common stereotypes you hear, you face in your country? Okay, so we see that most of them gave a very, very high score. The highest one is on socialization, lack of social skills. And then the next one is parents' lack of skills to do homeschooling. And yes, still the same. However, it changes a little bit, but still first place has socialization. Second place has parents' lack of skills. The third one is lack of standards or control. And then the academical level and risk of domestic violence and abuse. Okay, so these are the... share the results. Yeah, please take a picture because I am not sure that I can share it. It's a different thing. You have to log in to the editor's side. Okay, if you took a picture, then we go back to the normal presentation. Go back. Please, thank you. Okay, the technical guys do it for us, and it will be, I think, the last time we jumped out. So yes, and this is very much the international result as well. So I collected 30 stereotypes about homeschooling, and the 5 that is most commonly heard I just made bold letters. This one I can share. So my presentation I can share with you through a link. Just the voting results I cannot share. And this is the international research. It shows the same in the first place, socialization and lack of social skills. But the second place is lack of standard or control. And then academics on the third place, future career and child abuse as the 5th. So our goal, and this is the most important part maybe, our goal is to change minds around us. To change our minds first, and this was my story about how to change our minds. But if you are here, then you already did it before. So how to change other people's minds about this. To change one's view from inside out is very hard. It's not natural to leave a stereotype for the reality. It needs a strong seed and a lot of inside motivation and issues, circumstances that waters this challenging process, and an appropriate soil that the seed can grow up in, and time. One needs to face reality from different aspects time and again. Appropriate information. We need appropriate information, researches, studies, articles, interviews. And I would recommend you a paper, the so-called white paper. We are working on it currently, and it will be presented and published in the near future, hopefully. There is a collection of researches and studies and articles about how these stereotypes are not true. So I just ask for your patience and go on GHEX website always or regularly, and then you will see this resource that is a very useful one. Then the next one is personal accounts, friends, bloggers, stories. I think there is no stronger evidence for something being good if we know someone who is our friend, whom we appreciate, whom we honor, or so, and he or she says something. So good practices, successful people who show just the opposite of what the stereotypes suggest. And for us, we need listening ears, honesty, and open mind to see the contrast between truth and what we are told to. I just made an example how stereotypes can be answered with studies, articles, and personal accounts. I can send it to you later if you want to read them in detail. And then my question is, what can we do to demolish stereotypes on home education? Sylvia, now I ask you if We have 5 more minutes. No, okay. So then this brainstorming will be in your room in the evening with your roommate, or or with the coffee in the break.
Like that. We will have some questions at the end of the panel, and we return here, okay? Okay, to this.
Okay,
Please
okay.
stand with the question in your mind.
Okay, so I end my presentation with a picture of my family, my 3 sons and we. And if you are interested, then you can ask me how our story goes on. Thank you for your attention.
Let me just explain why I was not kind with Amy. Just because we have Peter Gray waiting to be with us, and I'm a little bit concerned if he is aware that we are expecting him, because we were expecting to have him connected during the whole panel, but only now we knew that it is not possible to do a presentation and having Peter Gray here at the same time, here by Zoom. So that's why. But please let's return when we open space for questions and comments and things like that. Right now, I hope Peter Gray will appear by Zoom here. Everyone knows Peter Gray, don't you? Okay, sorry. You see, one stereotype right now. I'm sorry for that. Okay, I will present Peter Gray while I hope the connection will work. So, Peter Gray. Peter Gray is a researcher, professor of psychology and neuroscience at Boston College, who has conducted and published research in I don't know how to pronounce, some research, developmental psychology, anthropology, and education. He's author of an international acclaimed introductory psychology textbook, the Psychology Worth Publishers, now in the 8th edition, which views all of human evolution and how children educate themselves through play and exploration when they are free to do so. So let me use my own words, it's easier for me. Peter Gray is the one that makes research and talk about the importance of having freedom in a way that is connected with the good development of children, because they really can be raised in a self-education, the word in English, help me please, self-directive education. So this is who Peter Gray is. He's one that inspired lots of us, I think. So it's very, very good for me, in my opinion, and our opinion, to have Peter, if not in presence, because he no longer travels, at least by Zoom. So he's waiting. He will be here with us for a moment now and tomorrow for 1 more minute, some more time. Let me check if everything is okay with Zoom, and I'm sorry again for this technological that don't depend on us, okay? Just give me a minute. So we have to wait. So let's open for some comments and some questions. What do you think, Amy? Can we do that while we're waiting? Do you want to recover the question that I didn't allow you to do? And I'm sorry for that. Okay, okay. So let's do this as homeschoolers in a free way, in a freestyle. Okay. You can repeat? Okay.
So the question was, how can we demolish, build down, or take down these stereotypes? What are your personal answers?
Do you want to come here with me and take the questions? It would be
Yes. I give you the mic.
everything okay?
Hi, so I'm Debbie from Switzerland still. We met politicians last weekend in the canton we live from. And what we did is we let the teenagers share their stories. And because we as adults, I mean, we're convinced, obviously, otherwise we wouldn't be doing that. But when you have 20 kids in front of you who are between 15 and 20, who have done this, who have a career or who are on their path to one, who have lots of extracurricular activities, who know how to express themselves, there's nothing that is better. I always said to my kids that you are ambassadors of homeschooling. And I've been lucky because I've been doing it for 14 years. And honestly, to those politicians, speaking with these kids without adults present, there's nothing we could have said or explained, or, you know, we can pull stats out left, right, and center, but letting the children express themselves around their, I don't know the word in French, in English, their réussite, that's what was really the most efficient for us.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. It's a very powerful.
Amy, let me interrupt you because I have to like if we were journalists, you know, how it works when they have to interrupt someone. So let's get to that. Thank you so much for your sharing already. We are here with Peter Gray. Peter Gray, hi. How are you? Are you listening?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, quite well. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know where to look for you to see me. Or are you seeing me or seeing the people that are here?
I was seeing you, but now I've lost that. I'm now only
Okay,
seeing
I
myself.
will
Now
come to
I'm
here.
also seeing you.
Okay,
Yes.
this is new for me also, Peter, being in this space. Okay, so thank you for being here, Peter. It's very important for you, for us to have your participation here in this event. Let me just share with you that we have here about 20 countries from Europe that are here together. The camera will be okay. I'm not used to that. So we have here about 20 countries, okay, represented in this event. And so it's very special for us to have you here. Peter, thank you so much. I already did the presentations while we were waiting for the connection to be done. So I will pass the word for you. And thank you so much again. And let us know, what do you have to say about stereotypes regarding homeschooling? Thank you so much, Peter.
Well, thank you. Thank you for having me on here. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. It just didn't work out because of family events here. So I'm meeting with you in this second best way. So home-educated kids are what? Brainiac nerds. They're ignorant dropouts. The home educating parents are overprotective, over-controlling, untrusting to the point that they won't let their kids out of their sight. Homeschooling parents are so lax that they can be accused of negligence. I think what I'm pointing out here is that the stereotypes run in quite opposite directions. They're quite self-contradictory. If one digs enough, one can find examples that fit any given stereotype that one wishes. There are always case examples. There's a huge variety of people who go into home education, and so therefore, depending on who you happen to have contact with or have heard about, you might develop one sort of stereotype or another. I'm going to talk about two which are at least roughly centered on the question of stereotypes. I think at least bear on the question of stereotypes. First, I'm going to talk about a threat to home education that occurred in the United States about 2 years ago. I think that threat has subsided, at least somewhat, since then. And then I'm going to talk about some of my own research into unschoolers, homeschoolers who don't provide a curriculum for their children, but rather support their children's own self-directed education. So first, the threat. In the spring of 2020, Harvard Magazine, the magazine of Harvard University, published an article entitled "The Risks of Homeschooling." At the top of the article was a drawing of a forlorn little girl looking out of the barred windows of a tiny house where one of the walls is composed of books labeled reading, writing, arithmetic, and Bible. What she sees outside are happy children, presumably public school children, joyfully skipping, chasing, and otherwise playing in the sunshine. So right away at the top of this article, we see an extreme stereotype of the homeschooled child as joyless, socially isolated, confined to a prison-like home, confined to a fundamentalist curriculum, while her school peers are out there skipping and playing, socializing, enjoying the sunshine. What a picture. So the article then went on to summarize the view of a certain Harvard law professor, Elizabeth Bartholet, who had written an article in the Arizona Law Review, a huge article. I read it, 80 pages long, called "Homeschooling: Parents' Rights Absolutism versus Child Rights to Education and Protection." So Bartholet's view is that homeschooling parents are abusing their children and that the state has a responsibility to protect those children from the abusive parents. That's her basic thesis, and she believes that homeschooling should either be outlawed and outright, or that it should be severely restricted, that it should only occur when the parents are capable and willing to teach basically the state mandated curriculum that is being used in the public schools. So, so what is her argument about abuse? So first of all, she claims that in this article that a significant number of homeschooled children are being literally abused in the kinds of ways that you and I, all of us, would agree is abuse. Being beaten, not being fed properly, maybe being sexually abused, undernourished, and so on and so forth. And that the parents are homeschooling them in order to protect themselves so that the abuse does not get publicly recognized. They're afraid if they sent the child to school, the abuse would be detected. I suppose there are some cases like this, and to the degree that this is true, it's terrible. And child abuse is a terrible thing, whether it's occurring with kids who are going to school or not going to school. And the state does have a responsibility to prevent such abuse. But whereas Bartholet seems to suggest that this is quite common, I think the evidence suggests that it is relatively rare. But to the degree that it exists at all, it's of course a problem. The other more sweeping claim that she makes, which would apply to essentially all homeschoolers, is that they are being abused because they are being deprived of a proper education. And what to Bartholet is a proper education is the education that has been that is being applied in public schools and standard private schools, which are using basically the same curriculum as the public schools. and that the teaching is occurring by people who are certified teachers. So she claims that if children are not being educated in this way, that's abuse because the children are being deprived of an education. So with no hint of irony, Bartlett contends that children have a right to a government-enforced compulsory education. Think about that for a minute. A right that they can't refuse, a right to a compulsory education enforced by the government. She believes the government has the duty to protect this right for children against parents who are taking this right away from children. So this is Orwellian doublespeak if there ever was one, a right that you can't refuse, a right that you are compelled to pursue. So most people who know about home education or have delved into the research related to it realize that Bartlett has things backwards. The children who are being abused are far more likely to be children who are going to school, those who are being abused educationally. We know, and I've published a lot of this research in various articles, that children in public schools are suffering from psychological abuse regularly. The rates of anxiety, the rates of depression, the rates of suicide are astronomical. And they are continuing as public schooling becomes more and more restrictive, more and more focused on standardized testing, less and less recess, less and less acknowledgement that children need time to be children, that children need time to be free. As the curriculum becomes more and more oriented towards improving test scores, schooling becomes more and more abusive. And I think the rise in homeschooling in the United States is coming largely from the fact that parents recognize this. Parents see that their children are suffering in school, and they take the children out to protect them from that suffering. Parents also see that because of the ways that school is operated, such that everybody's supposed to learn the same things at the same time in the same way, regardless of their predilections, regardless of their interests, that this doesn't work very well educationally. You're cramming for tests, you're learning material to pass the tests, and then you're forgetting it. It's a very shallow kind of education. Real education requires time to get immersed in the things that interest you. It doesn't come from learning through rewards and punishments, the information that you need to pass a test that you don't apply in any way to your real life, to the real world. Children who are home educated, I think, is maybe a misnomer, community educated. Nobody's educated just at home. Children who are educated outside of school, who have opportunities to interact with the school, are learning in the real world, and they're learning who they are, they're learning what they're interested in, and they're learning, therefore, in a way that's meaningful to them. And the education is far more real. So that's why I say that Bartlett has things just backwards. So I think that any discussion of education should probably begin with the question of what actually do we mean by education? What is education? So most people think of education as schooling. And so that's, in a sense, what would lead Bartlett and some of her ilk to contend that children who are home educated are not all being educated because they're not getting the same thing as would happen in school. I would define education in a different way. Here's my definition of education. Education is everything a person learns that enables that person to live a meaningful, satisfying, and moral life. So isn't that what we would all want for our children? Isn't that what the state should want for young people, to grow up living a meaningful, satisfying, and moral life? by that definition of education, much of what is taught in school is completely irrelevant to education. In order to learn what you need to learn to live a meaningful, satisfying, and moral life, you have to first of all discover who you are. What is meaningful and satisfying to you? That takes time. That takes personal investigation. That's not something that can occur while, you know, the bell is ringing, moving you from one class to the next, or one topic to the next, and you're being you're being shamed for not doing it and rewarded for doing it. That takes time of real personal investigation, real delving into things. And secondly, the opportunity to interact with people in the real world, not the kind of artificial world of the classroom where everybody's the same age, where you're separated off from what adults are actually doing in the real world. You're separated off from people who are older, younger than you. You're separated off from the opportunities to get involved in the community and find out what this world that you're growing up in is really all about. Those are the things that home education can provide that education at the school does not provide. So now I want to turn to the second thing that I want to talk about in this brief presentation, and that is the research that I've done along with my colleague Gina Riley into unschooling. So unschooling is homeschooling where the parents do not provide a curriculum. They do not give tests, they do not enforce learning of any particular subjects, but rather they trust their children's educative instincts, their children's curiosity, their children's playfulness, their children's drive to do well in the world, to better themselves. These are all natural characteristics of childhood if we let them blossom, and these families allow these things to blossom in their children. So these would be families that by Bartlett's reckoning would be the most abusive, at least in terms of her idea that deprivation of schooling is abusive. These are children who are not only not going to school, but they're not doing school-like stuff at home. They're not doing assigned readings. They're not being tested. They're not being judged and prodded along the way, but rather they are being allowed to be children, to follow their own interests, to play, to explore, and the parents are facilitating all of this and helping connect them with real world opportunities that allow them to find and explore their own interests. So that's really what unschooling is. And we were curious about why families got into unschooling and how the young people who were unschooled were doing as adults. So in our first study, we identified 232 unschooling families. Mostly these were in the United States, a few were in Europe, but mostly, since we're located in the United States, most of these were U.S. families. And these families, mostly the moms, filled out an extensive questionnaire about how they got into unschooling, what they saw as the benefits of unschooling, and also what they saw as the downside of unschooling, if they did see a downside to it. What we found in this study is that most of these people who were unschooling their children did not start with unschooling. Most of them, about half of them actually started with their children going to a conventional school, most often a public school. And they took their children out because of the kinds of reasons that I just described. They observed that their children were unhappy. Their children who had been bright and eager children before they ever started school were becoming angry, were becoming depressed, were becoming anxious, didn't want to go to school. The brightness that they had previously seen in their children seemed to be declining. They seemed to be losing their interest in their self-motivated interest in learning and discovery and so on and so forth. And so they made the judgment on the basis of those things, and often in response to the child's pleading that they would take the child out of school. Most of these families that took the child out of school did not go immediately to unschooling. They went to curriculum-based homeschooling. They thought they would do school at home, kind of the way that it's done in regular school, though modified in some ways to meet the child's needs and to adapt to the child, adapt the schedule to one that was more fitting to the child. So that was a good number of the families. There were other families, about 20% of the families, that started off with homeschooling. They never sent their child to public school. They started with homeschooling, regular curriculum-based homeschooling, and then gradually changed to unschooling. So the majority of the families here did not start with unschooling. They started either with typical schooling, moved to homeschooling, or they started with homeschooling and then they moved to unschooling. And generally speaking, they moved gradually to unschooling. They didn't even, many of them had never really heard the term unschooling, but they found over time that they became less and less concerned about forcing a curriculum. They didn't want to fight with their children. They didn't want to do the things that were bothering their children in school. They didn't want to make the children do things. It's hard to make your own child suffer, right? So the child doesn't want to read this book, but the child is interested in reading some other book, or the child doesn't want to do such and such a subject now. The child wants to do something else. And so these parents were smart enough to realize that their children are learning quite amazingly by pursuing their own interests. And so they gradually loosened up and at some point acknowledged that what they were doing was unschooling. They were not providing a curriculum. They were not testing their children. They were trusting their children to pursue their own interests. So these parents gave, as we asked them, what you see as the benefits of unschooling in your family, and they gave a variety of reasons. They believed that their children were learning better because they were following their own interests. They believed that their children were much happier, were having a real childhood, were enjoying their childhood, that they had a better social life because they were interacting with people of all ages in the real community rather than in the artificial age-segregated school community of school. And they believed that their children were learning to take charge of their own lives. So that's the parents' beliefs. In terms of downside, about a third of them said they didn't see any downside. But others admitted that there was some downside, and the biggest downside that they described, interestingly, was the difficulty of doing something that runs so counter to the norms of society. They had to continuously justify what they were doing to other people, and even to themselves, because they, of course, themselves had grown up with typical schooling, and there's some small voice in the back of everybody's head that says, if I'm doing something different from what other people are doing and doing something different from what I did growing up, maybe I'm doing something wrong. And so it was hard for them often to overcome that kind of feeling. And that was by far that concern about defying the norms of society and the norms that they themselves had incorporated as part of their own being was the hardest part of unschooling. In our second study, we identified 75 grown unschoolers, people who had been unschooled but now were adults, at least 18 years old, and were out in the real world. And what we found with them was that, and again, we had them fill out an extensive questionnaire about their experiences with schooling, with their home unschooling, what they did, what they thought of it, and so on. and about their adult lives. What were they doing? What did they see as any advantages or disadvantages of their unschooling experiences? And briefly, what we found was that by the definition of education that I gave, learning whatever it is that allows you to live a satisfying and meaningful and moral life, these people seem to be very well educated. They seem to be very satisfied with their life. They were pursuing careers that they loved. They were making a living. And by all accounts, they seem to be contributing more to the world than they were taking from it, which is one way of talking about what a moral life involves. So these unschoolers seem to be very successful. Those who wanted to go to college, even if they had never taken a course before, seemed to not have any great difficulty getting into college, getting into university, and doing well once there. In fact, about 50% of them were pursuing or had completed a bachelor's degree. It turns out those who had been unschooled their entire career, their entire time, were actually more likely to be pursuing a bachelor's degree. I'm not exactly sure why, than those who had started unschooling somewhat later in their life. So when we asked them what they thought were the advantages of unschooling, the answers tended to be along the line of, first of all, in terms of the advantages to them when they were children, the biggest answer was, I enjoyed my childhood. I was happy as a child. I was, childhood is a big part of life, and it's pretty important that it be a happy part of life. I would say that maybe the best predictor of a happy adulthood is a happy childhood. And so by allowing the children to pursue their interests, allowing them to play and be children, the parents were allowing the children to be happy. And these adults, these young adults, were very appreciative of that opportunity. As part of this freedom, they talked about the fact that they were free to pursue their own interests, to discover what they were interested in, and to pursue that. And then I think this is one of the biggest findings from the study, is that when we looked at what interests they said they had pursued when they were children, and then we looked at the careers they were in as adults, we found that for about 3/4 of them, their career was pretty much a direct extension of some passionate interest that they had developed when they were children. And so I'm going to conclude by just briefly describing a few examples of that to give you a gist of it. So one of the grown unschoolers, who was 20 years old at the time, was employed as the assistant to a movie producer in Hollywood. This was a person who, as a kid, beginning at age 11, like a lot of kids, was making YouTubes, but he had lots of time to do it, and he got very good at it. He became somewhat famous for it. And then at some point, a major movie company was making a film in the city that he lived in, and they invited him as an 18-year-old to come and help them out. And he did that, and his bosses were so impressed with him that they invited him to Hollywood. They gave him a good salary to be an assistant to this producer. And he, at age 20, was well on his way to his dream career of being himself a movie producer. Here's another example. There was a 26-year-old woman who had always been unschooled, who became enamored with circuses at a very young age. And she actually enrolled in circus training while she was still quite a young child. By the age by the time she was a teenager, I don't remember exactly what age, she was actually a trapeze artist. She had overcome what she claimed to be a severe fear of heights to become a trapeze artist. By the age of 19, she and a friend of hers had started their own contemporary circus company and were running it. By the age of 24, she realized that this circus company wasn't going to make a reasonable living for her in the long run. And so she found a different job that made use of her skills and her lack of fear of heights that she had worked so hard to overcome. She worked on tall ships. She was the person who would go climb up to the top of the mast and rig the, whatever it's called, do the rigging and maintain the sails and so on and so forth. And she was also an assistant pilot, enjoying very much this adventurous life that she was living. One other example, I'll just limit it to one other example because I don't want to go on more than my 20 minutes. And maybe I've already done that. But another example, I kind of really like this one. This is a person who, at age 21, he was making a good living as an aerial nature photographer. I actually found his website, and he says it's absolutely beautiful nature photographs taken from the air. So he talked about in his youth as an unschooler, he had developed 3 separate interests. One was an interest in nature. He loved backpacking. He loved hiking from an early age. He would go on long hikes in the woods. He loved the woods. Second was an interest in photography. He developed an interest. By the age of 15, he was actually making some money as a portrait photographer. And third, he developed an interest in flying. First, it was an interest in hang gliding. And at age 15, he was doing hang gliding. And from that, he developed an interest in flying fixed-wing aircraft. He got his license while still a teenager for flying aircraft. And then he figured out, I can bring all of my interests together, my interest in flying, my interest in nature, and my interest in photography by being an aerial nature photographer. I could go on with many other examples. Really and truly, the great majority of these grown unschoolers were pursuing careers that they were passionate about. How lucky they are. How lucky they are that they had the opportunity to explore different realms, to learn who they were, and to understand what they like to do, and then figure out a way to make a living as an adult doing what they really love to do. Let me just conclude that although I've studied people who have gone all the way towards what is called unschooling, the truth of the matter is that most homeschoolers are at least in the direction of unschooling. I don't know of any homeschoolers who are spending as much time on forced curriculum, doing things that they aren't interested in ways that they aren't interested in, as is true for kids in public school. They have more time to explore themselves, more time to pursue the things that they are truly interested in, more time to discover themselves, more time to find out what for them would be a meaningful, satisfying, and moral life. And so with that, I'll conclude and thank you for your attention. And again, I'm sorry that I'm not there in person.
So thank you so much, Peter, for being here as is possible. And so we appreciate that you take some of your time to bring to us such strong message. I underline only 2 things between so many important things that you said. One is the importance of being aware of the mental health of the new generations. That is something that I think is in our concerns as parents, but also as activists, because we are here in the name of some organizations, and I'm always thinking how useful is what we are doing, because we are defending this right to choose with freedom, but we are also taking care of this possibility of people, of young children, being more happy sooner than so many other kids that are in so not much friendly environments. And the second thing is, thank you so much for bringing up the unschool idea. And I don't resist to say that for the first time, I realized that I am one of your research, because I began at school, then I began to follow a curriculum, and at the end, right now, I'm an unschooler. I'm the mother of 3, so I am on the statistics and maybe so many other European families. Peter, I will open here some time for some questions before we say goodbye, okay? If you may.
Sure.
Maybe 5 minutes. I have another microphone. Can I ask you for help me, Amy? So if you have questions for Peter, please take some time for that, because it is a great opportunity to do that. Yes, you can. Yes, of course.
Hi. I'm from Romania. I should speak closer. It's okay.
I think it's okay.
I'm trying since ages to contact you to translate your books. How could I do this?
Okay, so I guess the best thing would be to send me an email.
I did. There are 3 or 4 years, emails, Facebook, and I don't remember other ways.
Okay, so
but I did all my best to contact you, and it's not possible.
oh dear,
Thanks.
that's strange. I usually I do respond to, but if my email address is grayp@bc.edu, try again, and I will. If I get the email, I'll respond to it. What you have to do to translate the book is you have to get permission not from me, but from the publishing company. They have the rights to translation rights to the book. It's been translated into 18 languages. I don't actually remember if Romanian is one of them or not.
No, Romania for sure is
But
not.
but the what you have to do in order to get rights to translation is find a publishing company that is interested in publishing Romanian translation.
I have this company. It's not a company. It's an NGO, and it translates books for the Romanian parents.
And then you need to get in contact with Hatchet Books, with the person, and I can give you, if you do send me an email, I can give you the name of the person to contact.
Please repeat your email. Somebody's helping me to write it down.
I can help with the contacts later.
Okay. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah.
So let's do it.
Yeah, thanks.
This brings me a thought that it is, Peter, it is what I feel sometimes when I'm advocating on behalf of unschooling or homeschooling is if our politicians don't recognize the research that you do, the research that so many researchers do, they don't recognize, it's more difficult to recognize the importance of other ways to educate. So the translation of so many research like what you are doing, sometimes it's vital for what we are doing, because we can show better that this kind of choices work. And so that is very important. So thank you so much for your availability to work on that also. So, but let's listen more comments or questions, please. Okay.
I was wondering, since it seems that science speak against these stereotypes that we have, why are they so long-lived, and why are they still repeated?
That's an interesting question. Why do stereotypes live so long? I think it's, it's largely out of ignorance. It's largely, I think so you hear of unschooling or homeschooling, and maybe you meet somebody who's that, and you say, oh, that person represents the whole field, the whole realm. Sometimes people don't meet that person in reality. They meet that person in a movie or a film or some kind of a depiction, and they say, "Oh, that must represent the person." I actually think, at least in the United States, that the stereotypes are diminishing. I think the stereotypes were much stronger 20 years ago than they are today. And I think that they're diminishing because most people today, or at least many people, know people who are doing homeschooling. Homeschooling is very common in the United States. Even before COVID, roughly 5% of school-age children in the United States were being homeschooled. That, since COVID, has shot up to about 11% who are being homeschooled, and it appears that most of those people, those new people new to homeschooling, are sticking with it. So the result is that people are getting more and more exposure to people who are homeschooling, and I think the stereotypes are diminishing. I don't see so much evidence of the stereotypes in the United States as before. So basically, I think the way people overcome the stereotypes is by becoming acquainted with large numbers of people and realizing, there's all kinds of people who were homeschooled or are being homeschooled. There are all kinds of families doing it, and for quite a variety of different reasons.
I have a question too. So, what do you recommend for those who are living in a country where there are no homeschoolers, actually, because it's legally not supported, or the legal environment prevent people from homeschooling? So, what can we do? They don't see many homeschoolers because they are already moved abroad.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, and I wish I had the answer to that. I'm asked that in various ways all the time. Of course, there are some families who feel so passionately about the harmful effects of school in the country that they're in that they're moving. They're seeking asylum in some cases in the United States or elsewhere where homeschooling is allowed, because they feel that their child is being abused by the school system where they are, and the only way they can escape it is to escape the country. So that's happening with at least some people. But I think that all I can say is that it's really a matter of educating people, and it's hard to do because we are such creatures of norms, and most people are so afraid of anything that's new, that's non-normative, that's different from what other people do. I think that to the degree that one can make contact with other people who have this same wish, and that you can form a group, and that you can provide some kind of group pressure to open the gate a little bit, at least at the beginning, for homeschooling, and then to move that gate more and more open. I say that, but I'm not saying that that's an easy thing to do. It's a struggle, and I also realize that just as there was this threat in the United States a couple of years ago of people in some position of power arguing for more constraints, more restraints on homeschooling, if not illegalization of it, that in Europe there's people who are, even in places where homeschooling is permitted, who are arguing, and their government officials arguing for more constraints on it. And the reason I like to talk about unschooling is because this is the case where it's really, by definition, least constrained in terms of government interference. Government interference, in my mind, undermines homeschooling generally, because the large point of homeschooling is that children are not all the same. It's abusive to believe that that all children are ready to learn the same things at the same time in the same way. That's simply not true. And the only way you can get something like that to happen is to force them to do it. And the forcing requires pressure and shaming and so on and so forth. And that's what leads to the kinds of anxiety and depression, and at the extreme, even suicide, that we're seeing. So we somehow have to bring this to the attention of people. I think one thing that would help, what I've found helps when I talk to people, is to start off by talking about the evidence of the harm that school is doing for at least a significant number of children in whatever country you're living in. What data do you have? So for example, until I unearthed it, in the United States, almost nobody was aware of the fact that suicides among school-aged children occurred when school is in session and do not occur. They occur at far lower rates when school is not in session during summer vacation. That most people were not aware that when you do surveys among school-aged children who are anxious and you ask them, what is the source of your anxiety? According to one study done by the American Psychological Association, 83% said school is the source of my anxiety. And this was a study that showed that high school age kids are the most anxious people in the country. And 83% said it's school. Well, it's important to get that data out there. And so if government officials can recognize, because it's pointed out to them, that many children are suffering because of school, and we need to do something about this suffering. So let's open the gate to allow parents to protect their children from the suffering that's occurring in school. That may be a more powerful argument for government officials, at least at the beginning, than the educational argument that they'll actually get a better education. Presumably, we want to prevent children from, presumably government officials as well as everybody else wants to prevent suffering in children, wants to prevent suicide among children and so on. So I think that may be a wedge, but it requires documentation and it requires really pushing it out there. Nobody wants to say that children's problems are the cause of schooling. Everybody wants to say it's social media, or it's something, or it's bullying from other children, or it's the family dynamics that are making children suffer. But if you ask children themselves, is school. And the data showing correlations between all of these disorders and so on and schooling are really quite overwhelming when you dig them out.
Thank you so much, Peter. I don't know, you finished, wasn't? Yeah? Okay, thank you so much. Just a very brief comment about that, about one thing that I think it could be helpful for us in Europe. Sometimes I feel that we really need more data, more research, more capacity to argue in our favor, showing numbers, showing what is happening. So this is something that maybe can stand up from this meeting, because we really need that support to do a better job when we are trying to show to those that don't believe on what we are doing that this works. Okay, because yes, we have a very similar reality between homeschoolers, but we also see that there are different realities in different countries and in different continents. So this is one of the things. And by the way, I didn't present that in the beginning, but the GHEX have a research committee that I invite you all to get in contact with by Facebook, for example, because it's a committee that is bringing up more and more ideas to do research, are presenting more research that are being done in the United States. And maybe if we in Europe could increase also the studies that we can develop for this matter, it would be helpful also. I know that there are many researchers in the room that are already doing this in an amazing way, but nevertheless, I want to encourage more and more research. Rosenrud, yeah.
Yes, I have a question that is just related to what you said, because we saw and you just showed us how important it is to have the data and to have the research. And for example, I was an unschooling mother of 3 children. And then when they were all grown, I went back to university to get a master's degree in education. And I conducted a research project for several months for word schooling and unschooling in Andalusia and in Portugal. But it is so difficult for me to connect this to a university. I do not find, in my country of origin, I'm German, I do not find any universities or any people in the academic world who are interested in it. It's like, you know, you talk about It's like you talk about child abuse. It's like, you say, oh, I want to do a research in favor of child abuse. Would you support me? And they don't. And so how can we make those connections that we need in order to do the research?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I've been concerned with that. I chair an organization called the Network for Research and Self-Directed Education that is aimed at promoting more academic research concerning self-directed education, both unschooling and education in democratic schools such as Sudbury Model Schools and so on. There are very, very few academicians who are doing such research. But this is an international group. We meet once a month, and at every meeting, somebody who's doing research gives a presentation. But we also devote some meetings to how are we going to get that research out there? What are the journals that publish such research? For graduate students who want to pursue such research in graduate school, where can they go? Where can they find an advisor? So we've got this organization aimed at helping address that question, and it is an international organization. There are people from various European countries who are part of it. It's all in all, there are probably about 60 people who are members, although because everybody's busy, at any given meeting, there may be anywhere from 6 to 12 people who attend that meeting. But that's one effort towards making such research more available, towards helping people figure out where they could publish such research. You don't necessarily have to be associated with the university to publish in some of the academic journals. For example, there's a journal called Other Education that Helen Leese is the editor of. There's a journal called the Journal of Unschooling and Alternative Learning. There's another journal whose name I can't think of right at the moment that are actually actively seeking articles on self-directed education, unschooling, but also homeschooling generally. So it's not impossible to publish, but then once it's published, how do you get it out there to actually be read by people? And that then requires a kind of promotional effort, and it's a difficult one because, as I said before, the popular press does not want to say negative things about school. There just almost seems like a taboo against it. You can't say things that seem to run counter to the myth that school is essential for, as we usually know it, is essential for children's healthy and normal development. But that's an effort that I think also has to be taken in a more concerted way.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me let you know that Peter Gray will be with us tomorrow again. So if it is okay for you to keep one of the questions for tomorrow, it would be nice to keep up with the time. Is that okay, Carla? Because you were the second one raising your hand. I will accept the last question, and then tomorrow you will make your question. Agree? Thank you so much. So one last question, Peter, and tomorrow we will stay together again.
Okay.
Thank you again for sharing with us today. I was just thinking about what you were discussing regarding unschooling and how that does, all the data that you're presenting does help to break down the stereotypes significantly. In just 2 seconds, do you have some other top research topics that have been very, very significant that come to your mind, which have just in your own perception been sort of very significant and illuminating about homeschooling, that has opened up the eyes of others, or that you think could be explored further to open up the doors of communication about homeschooling's benefits?
It's a good question, but I actually would have to say I don't really. Much of my own research has not been with home education. It's been with children who are attending alternative schools for self-directed education. And so it's a little bit different story in those cases. But I do think, I mean, what I would want to repeat is I think that the kind of message that has to get out there that will help open the door for alternatives to the state mandated schools is not research just on unschooling or homeschooling or democratic schooling, but is on research on the harm of public schooling. I think people have to come to understand that large numbers of people are taking their children out of school where it's legal to do so, primarily because they want to protect their child from the damage that's occurring in school. That is not part of the stereotype, the typical stereotype of homeschooling. The more typical stereotype is that the parents think they're better than everybody else, and they want to, and they think they can do a better job of educating their child because of that. But I think a much more common reason, at least today, is that the parents are understanding that their child was suffering in school and they're taking their child out of school for that reason. And I think that's a powerful message. I think that's a message that most people can get. And I think it has to get out there more powerfully than it has so far.
So thank you so much, Peter. We will continue here with another presentation, Peter, but for now, thank you so much for your time being here with us. We will continue tomorrow, so let's keep our questions for tomorrow. And now we will go on with this amazing meeting, Peter. It is being amazing so far, I think. Right. I'm suspect because I'm on the organization, but I think it is. And thank you again. Thank you for your work, for being an inspiration for us. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, so now I will present my great friend Romain. Let me explain how I'm managing time right now, okay? Because we start later, so I have to make some adjustments. I'm counting on having a break at 4 and 15 minutes. 4 hours and 15 minutes, okay? So we will have 20 minutes for you. If possible, shorter for us to make the final questions to Amy, to you. And if you all agree, I hope so, because I want to honor your time also. We will continue with Romain. So, Romain, who is Romain? Romain Gauthier is the co-founder of a democratic school and eco-village with educational gatherings in Belgium. Speaker, coach, and content creator for alternative education projects under the name of Chantons la Terre. Is that it? Yes, you will say it better later. With Europe. It's a great project. It is what I can tell you. Go there to the social media because it is amazing. Alternative communities and projects all together. Romain also facilitates spaces for young and old in various contexts with moments of dance, song, improvisation, and creative writing. Thank you so much. The time is yours, Romain. Thank you.
Is it okay if I do the presentation in French as translation for? Cool.
Great.
And j'ai the slides are in English. Donc, merci.
Thank you. Thank you to you all. Thank you for shortening your break time to hear my presentation and taking the floor after Peter and being the last one to talk. I'll be able to give you a concrete example in Belgium. In Belgium, there are facts, but there are also stereotypes, and I would like to tell you about my experience in the last few years and how we managed to better promote home education within a community. So while we wait for the first slide to appear, let me tell you about my background. Yeah, we wanted to tell you about this community that we build around children. That is what happened to me in Belgium. When I arrived in Belgium, after a few years working in Quebec with disadvantaged children, I managed to, I had this community approach. And so when I arrived in Belgium, I learned about democratic schools and home education. Then I joined this group of parents that wanted to launch a democratic school in French-speaking Belgium in 2016. And we used the following approach. We used a school with certain teachers, and then we, in this group, we had parents, teacher parents, and then we even bought an eco-friendly place to promote this community home education. So it was near Namur. 120 people, about 40 parents and 60 children. And then other groups followed suit. And now over 15 democratic schools exist. And it's not only democratic schools, it's also groups of parents homeschooling. And they support each other. And since 2022, after the pandemic, and even during the pandemic, I wanted to go and see the different projects throughout Europe to support them. I wanted to focus on promotion using videos, writing. So, and my strength is to put people in touch. So with politicians or funders or others. So making the bridge between the different stakeholders. And that's what I did with this Réenchantons la Terre project. So this is my background in my journey in Belgium. So first democratic school, and then the eco-friendly place in Orno. And what I've noticed is that there's been a boom in the past 10 years. We've noticed it too in France too. People are much more aware of what home education is, and they know that they need different places where they can organize unschooling or democratic schooling, etc., using different types of methodologies and philosophies. So we've created an NGO that created EAD, so home education.
Voilà. Et pour montrer avec
It's a bit long. I think my presentation must be heavy.
Okay, je crois que je suis allé trop vite.
I may have gone too far. Okay, the previous slide was showing you pictures about the project. It might come back. And I would like to give you some facts and tell you about stereotypes in Belgium. I relied on arguments presented by Peter Gray, for example, arguments stating that government school can also be harmful. So it can have harmful effects on young people. So the government carried out a study between 2016 and 2018 and took stock of the current state of schooling in Belgium. And they launched a government project. It is called the Compact for Excellency Teaching. The curriculum is cross-disciplinary. There is no age segregation. So it's getting closer to what democratic schools teach, for instance, but it's still far away from them. So we wanted to show that what we wanted to do was social social innovation. And we wanted to put forward Peter Gray's studies. We've also invited speakers in Belgium. We've created 50 different seminars, training courses with French speakers, English speakers, to both raise awareness among our communities and among our families. The objective was to also publish those videos online on social networks so that local authorities or public authorities and people that were not so convinced had access to them. Over 1 million views of our videos. That was the result, and it showed that this alternative home education was a solution, and we could be confident that we could show what we were doing. Often we tend to hide what we do, or not really hide, but we don't really want to highlight what we do, not to be jeopardized, especially if you live in a country where home education is not as easy to do. So in Belgium, there is the possibility, there is the freedom to choose, and this has been around for a long time, and usually you have to be part of a school, so a democratic school, for example, and there is a control dimension. In certain countries, you don't have as many freedoms. In the UK, there is no control. The obligation remains to report on what you do. So we went to see the government and we tried to add certain exemptions. We wanted the report form to be easier to fill out. And then we created this NGO, EAD, for the freedom of education. And we've used the different alternative home education or alternative education studies. So here you have the numbers of people who are studying at home. There used to be 1,500 people homeschooled 5 or 6 years ago, and now we've almost reached 4,000. Yeah, because here you can see the figures from last year, but we are now over 4,000. And there's a whole, we've had a whole strategy we wanted to discuss with authorities, with the different ministerial staff, and people carrying out the controls. Most of them are convinced that these alternative forms of education are fair to the children. We've lobbied along those lines. And we also base ourselves on facts, actual facts. I like the form that we had, the survey that we had earlier on stereotypes. This research was carried out on motivation of choosing home education. And there is a publication that is only at the very outset. It's in Belgium, on Belgium, France, Switzerland. And it shows the diversity of teacher parents. When it comes to degrees, you have people that are more graduates. When it comes to income, it was for people with an income between 1,500 and 4,000 euros. When it comes to their location, it's either in urban areas or in villages, and the pedagogies used are multiple. In the survey, you could pick different answers, but they all said that they were using multiple forms of pedagogy.
avec Sylvia.
And finally, as we said with Sylvia, there is this fear sometimes that you will go for home education for religious or spiritual reasons. We use such figures because they show the diversity of home education forms. And so we relied on those facts in the past few years. And we've shown that we could work in partnership with public authorities, but we've shown them that there is an alternative to government education. And this was welcomed in Belgium.
Et donc aujourd'hui, le mouvement s'étend de plus en plus.
So nowadays the movement is gaining ground. Groups are organizing themselves, are gathering.
Au sein de la Belgique, il y a vraiment
so in Belgium, there's a large family that is based more on facts than stereotypes. And it helps us create a momentum for us to be more confident. I think I've reached the end of my presentation. The last slide is not working. That's all I wanted to share with you. Personally, I support several projects in Benelux with Luxembourg, Belgium, the Netherlands, but also in France. And I try to make bridges with public authorities and funders, and I try to promote these alternative forms of education in the media. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Romain. So you left us about 4 minutes for questions and comments. Let me also start by saying another thing about Romain. Romain is helping us in this event, making some interviews and registrations of video registrations from some of us here. So he's helping us spreading what is happening here for more organizations. So thank you, Romain. Thank you for that also. So comments, answers for Amy, for Romain. Okay, yes, Carla, it's your time now.
Thank you so much. It was so interesting. I would like to ask you, I know a group of parents who are homeschooling illegally in Croatia, and which are very into this natural learning, also Waldorf pedagogy, and also learning in the nature. And they were planning to open this kind of democratic school. So I was wondering, are you interested in getting connected to them? And because they were like, they knew I was coming here, and they were just like, let's make connections. So are you interested in how we can, create boundaries and, not boundaries, sorry, connections?
Yeah, I'm very interested to support and to see what is possible. Yes, sometimes it's just sharing how other groups gather, because also what Peter Gray said, it's important to show the numbers, and when it's new in a country, to gather in a group of how we say that? A group of pressure or just group of project, and we really launch it, and there were nothing before as an entrepreneurial activity altogether, and then from one become 15 other communities like that. So yeah, if I can share that or help.
La proportion par rapport aux élèves
the proportion compared to the number of Belgian pupils, do you know it?
Oui, la proportion.
I'm not sure. I'm afraid I might say silly things. I think it's 1 million. A million pupils. So 4,000 against 1 million. So I don't know if we have all the statistics. There are also subsidized democratic schools like Steiner that are subsidized, and certain teacher parents do not register because, of course, you have to go through controls. So if you do not register, then you don't have to go through the official curriculum. And some who are registered do have to be ready for those official checks.
Yes, please.
I'll speak French. So with my colleague that is next door, we are opening a school online, so secondary school online. And after a study, we've noticed that the desocializing stereotype was an important one, because how can you help us lift and destroy such stereotype, maybe using one of your videos? I think I would need to understand the pedagogy behind online secondary school. Is it only online, or is there on-site teaching as well? Socializing can happen through young people talking about it. How we created content in a way that involved people. For example, young people that were homeschooled, or parents, teacher parents. That's what I said earlier. We wanted to show that young people, that, like Peter said, had a meaningful and satisfying life. I do not know any French studies showing how positive in terms of socializing home education can be.
So thank you so much, everyone, for this moment about stereotypes. I'm hoping it is useful for us all. Let's make a break. Now we will return here at 4:30, please. And thank you so much. Just remember, please, if you have things to write on the post-its about questions, solutions, or challenges, don't let us with anything for the last workshop of the last day, because we will use that for our dynamic. And thank you so much again. See you in 15 minutes, I believe. Okay.
going to call people who are still in the break. Breaks are great. I think I'm going to ring a bell like at school. Is that a good idea? Shall we ring the bell? I could yell, and I could get really mad at those that are coming in late. I'm going to give you a note to take home to your mom and dad. That's going to work out. I had a really fun game to play, but it doesn't seem to be working. If I can manage to make it work tomorrow, if not, we'll play another game. It's not a problem. Just 2 seconds, 2 minutes. I'll get. Yeah, just say ding-a-ling-a-ling. There you go. We're starting. That's okay. Yeah. So, again, thank you so much for being here. I'm the 40th person telling you this, but we really are excited and we all want to communicate this. So it's like never-ending energy. I'm so happy that I'm here for this workshop in great company with Sylvia and Juliette. So I'm here from Italy. You can tell. It says right here. I've been listening quietly to all the questions that have been arising during these first hours that we've been together, and I have been taking notes. I've been taking notes at lunchtime. Maybe you didn't see me, and while you were all talking out here. And there are some really good questions that we need to answer as leaders. There are questions that maybe concern the local areas. There are questions regarding creating associations and working at an international level. There's so many good questions, and I think many of you are here today because they want to be inspired, because they want to go home with the solution to some of these issues, some of these challenges, some of these problems. I'm a mom of 5, and you know, there's a lot of moms here, a lot of homeschooling moms, and if there's something that we are resourceful, and we are problem solvers. Raise your hand if you feel you're a problem-solving mom. Okay, great, very good, very good. So this is what we're trying to do today, and we're going to do it collectively, and I think we're going to have like huge success in doing so. Again, I'm Italian. What do Italians like? What are they famous for? Food. Good Italian food, but especially we like pizza. Do you all like pizza? Yes, we all like pizza, and today we're going to work with a pizza. Why not? It's delicious. And besides the good taste, today, the slices of the pizza are going to offer a leadership self-assessment opportunity. Because I believe that we have to start from here, from ourselves. We have to be equipped. We have to be ready. We have to be motivated. We have to be empathetic. We have to be so many things. And we are the clue element in what we're discussing today. So if you didn't understand it yet, I'm here to energize you. Because it's 4:30 and everybody wants to go have dinner or go out for a stroll, but you have to resist for another hour or so. And so I'm going to show you something very complicated. Here you go. When I decided to get these photocopies made, the lady actually said to me, "Are you a preschool teacher?" And I said, "No, I'm not." I'm actually going to a homeschooling meeting. So this is a model of the leadership pizza. And as you can see, it's an 8-slice pizza. And I'm going to go around. Here, Nicholas maybe can give me a hand. This is my son who's coming around to help us. There you go. We're going to give all of you one of these leadership pizzas because it's going to be a moment of reflection. It's going to be a moment of self-assessment. It's a tool that we will use because you know, we want to think about what the most important skills and attitudes are needed when we're talking about leadership, when we're talking about supporting other families. We want to be great leaders. We want to be there for others. So what do you have to do with this leadership pizza? Do you all have pens, by the way? Do you need markers or anything? Are we all good? Because there might be some markers that we can provide you with if you are not already equipped. Well, I would like you to think about these attributes, these skills and the 8 fundamental ones, the ones that come to you, the ones that maybe you have, the ones that maybe you would like to have as a leader. Now, I came up with some of my ideas. For example, here, I'll show you mine. I did my homework beforehand. I cheated. So just to show you, though, this is my leadership pizza, and I started putting a few things in. This is just an example. It doesn't have to be what you write, but it can be helpful. So on my leadership pizza, I put integrity, I put vision and inspire, I put empathy, I put value and acknowledge people, I put passion and purpose, I put self-awareness. I also put prioritization and self-efficiency. Now, as I said, this is just my example. So this is the workshop right now, and this is my example of what I feel is important in being a leader. So I would like for you to take a few minutes. We're going to take like 5, 6, 7 minutes and think about your leadership pizza and write down 8 characteristics, 8 things that you deem important. As I said, it can be something you already have. It can be something you are willing to work at. Just take a few minutes, and then we'll be back together. Did you get your pizzas? We have to get you a pizza. Nicholas, we need more there are no more pizzas. We can get some papers. Wait, we can get. Oh, somebody has books. That's great. Is somebody in desperate need of a pizza? We can get some copies. Does somebody in the back need the pizza, or do you want a sheet of paper? We would need a little music here, but we don't have it. Just in case if you're wondering, the workshop title is Getting Organized to Serve Homeschoolers, but I'm sure you all knew it already, right? Because you're all prepared. And by the way, this feels like school because everybody is in the back and nobody's in the front. I mean, there's no testing today, so you can come forth. Everybody wants to escape. I can tell. We've all been traumatized deeply. Just a few more minutes. Let me know when you're ready. Would you like to share with us? Here, I'll pass you a microphone. I think they're both working. Here. Nope. Yeah? Yeah? No. Did it work?
Thanks. So, I don't know which is the order, but I will start with openness, culture.
Put it closer.
Yeah. Capacity of connecting the dots, self-awareness, as you said, creativity, resilience, patience, and last but not least, humor.
Oh, I love that one. Humor is great. Is there someone else who would like to share? Go ahead.
I wrote high intention. So my intention to lead should be in some high place. Willing to serve, purpose and mission, as you said, purpose, self-discipline, vision, inspiration, gratitude and appreciation, and resilience too.
Resilience. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Is there someone else who would like to share? Would you? Thank you.
I put courage, freedom, inspiring, honesty, visionary, solutionary, lifelong learner, and service.
Service is another lovely one. Thank you. Passing into the back.
Okay, put fortitude, temperance, prudence, justice, courage, faith, patience, forgiveness.
Oh, lovely. You know, I find forgiving myself sometimes difficult, right? That is such a big one.
I said, first of all, fear of God, and to have a mission, personally, okay, an eye for humans, joy in God's world, to know forgiving, patience, and visions.
And?
Visions.
Yes. Thank you so much. A few more minutes. Anyone else would like to share their 8-slice pizza? We're really not grading you, promise. It's not even recorded.
Okay. Good willing, autonomy, patience, creativity, humor, respect, life, and confidence.
Thank you.
I confess I hadn't filled all mine in before I heard the others, so try to be different.
We're inspiring each other. It's great.
Motivator, calculated risk taker, consistent, trustworthy, time management, organization stroke delegation, financial acumen. You need to know what you're doing with the money, and then strategic vision.
Amazing. Thank you. Hopefully we'll find ways to fulfill all of these needs in this workshop. This is highly rated, this workshop here. So let's go on now. I imagine that all of you have then written down their 8 elements, which are very important. What we want to do now is that we want to assess ourselves on a scale from 1 to 10. Now, again, I have a little bit of an example. Let's say that this is your pizza, okay? If you're very far away, you might not see, but it's not too difficult, because if you're a 1, you want to be right in the middle. If I say maybe, you know, I have to work on my prioritization, I have to work on that, I'm not very good at it, so I will give it a 1. But if I'm really good at passion and purpose, then I will give it a 10. If you do have markers and you want to color it in, it could actually look like this. So this is a moment, we're going to give you a few minutes to self-assess where you are right now. What is it that you're managing very well? What is it that you need a little more time to work on? What is it that you are wishing to have but you don't have at all? That's fine too. Everything is good. Oh, they made me a screen. Oh, it's gone. They're just tricking me with the computer. But it's okay, like that we don't copy. Remember, collaboration is not, is good. The copying is collaboration. So this self-assessment should help us, should serve us as a baseline, because what we're going to do today is that we're going to set up our personal goals for leadership, for our development as leaders. When we find that we have some weaker areas, well, those are going to be the areas where we know we have to work on. And by the way, we were talking with Sylvia about getting together, like in about a month, maybe online, if you enjoy this meeting, if you want more of this energy. I surely do. And maybe that would be a nice moment to discuss your charts and see where we're at, because really you are the source of everything. In every country, we need people just like you to bring forth the cause of homeschooling. So I'll let you concentrate. A few more minutes. I'm Italian. I have to talk a lot, right? I hope they're bringing in real pizza at the end of this. This would be a grand finale, but next time come to Italy to do the meeting, and maybe we can arrange. So I see some of you have finished, and I would like to ask about the strengths. I would like to ask some of you, which are your strengths? What do you really rely on when dealing with problematic situations? Anyone wants to share their super strengths?
Well, yeah, I'm here. High intention is my superpower. Well, when I'm about to give up, so I remember that my intention is high, and that lifts me up. Willing to serve in purpose and mission, vision, inspiration, and gratitude. So I'm brilliant at that. I know that. My weakest points are self-discipline and resilience. So that's my growth spaces. So and thank you for the exercise to realize that.
Oh, thank you for participating. And I have a question though regarding self-discipline, for example. Just what pops in your head when you're thinking about a solution, an improvement, a possible exercise? Or it's very difficult because, you know, having children and leading organizations is a huge challenge. We have our own family and we have all the other families. And
I know. Well, for me, it's just to allocate some time in my day, just some time, even if it's 5 minutes or half an hour, and just to sit down and work on my tasks that I planned. So I just do the timer and just dedicate this half an hour to my mission or to my vision, to what I do. And if my family calls me, if my baby cries, or then I go back and serve my other missions, yeah. But within a leadership field, so I know that I dedicate at least once a day, allocate some time to do that. So that's probably my best trick.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else? I would like to hear your strong points. Oh, lovely. Someone in the back.
So I'm good at deciding, at having different scenarios, different strategies, and envision different strategies. And then I have a lot of conviction. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here today.
And what are the weaker spots in your pizza?
Oh, the weaker ability to manage conflicts, and assurance, which is a bit different from conviction in the way that assurance is when I'm facing others that I don't know yet, or that I know are not on my side, on the side of my convictions.
And how do you work it out when conflict arises? What are your feelings when something like that happens, like in an organization or with other people?
Well, I get to easily get angry, and so I'm learning that anger leads nowhere, and that I can basically, it's a walk of faith. That's all I could say. And I'm being transformed bit by bit.
Thank you very much. It's so important to share our weaknesses, I think. And so much of this is self-improvement. We always say it, don't we? Like homeschooling is like teaching our kids, but that's just a point of the iceberg. There's so much more under there. People that don't know homeschooling will think, oh, look at them, they're teaching their kids. But that's really not what it is. It's us teaching ourselves how to be better people and serving others while doing this. Is there someone else that would like to share? Please, don't be shy.
So my strong points are resilience, patience, and capacity of connecting the dots. And the weakest point is the culture. So I don't know enough to judge correctly a situation, and I don't like the idea of thinking that I'm the first person who had an idea. Actually, the ideas are the same since the very beginning of the humanity. So I sometimes I suffer because I don't know enough from the background to put the base, the foundation of an idea.
And how could that be solved? Can anybody, maybe you want advice, or someone could give advice or tell us about their experience regarding this? Adriana, how would you improve the situation?
Of course, the first answer is reading more, but it's not, if you don't know that a book exists, how could you read it? So I think connecting with people who read a lot could be a solution. I think, I don't know.
It's true. And coming to meetings like this one probably, and sharing our experiences. The more we open up.
You don't know how much I worked to arrive here, so.
Oh, let's give her a hand. I can't imagine.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Was it a hard journey? Did you?
It's not about the journey as itself, but a journey to introduce myself to you.
Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it 5 times as much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'm really enjoying this. I hope you are too. It's opening up is important. Experienced homeschoolers, please. You guys are great. You're doing so well in Poland. Or there's someone here. Oh, there. Oh, both. These are leaders. You guys should be like trying to talk all the time. Like, call me. I want to talk. Can't be shy. This is not about not being humble. This is about sharing.
Okay, so my strong point is creativity, patience, and influence. But the weakest is cooperation, because I try too much to do myself, and of course I go into problem with the time.
That's a great one. That's a great one. How can this be fixed or improved?
I still learn how to share some things with other people. To do.
To delegate.
Yes, to
That's
delegate,
a big one too, learning how to, because we can't be everywhere all the time. Yeah. That's an important skill. Thank you for sharing. And I think there's, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think one superpower is patience. Like really, sometimes I surprise myself for how much patience and how this was something I learned through the years to calm myself, because in the house with all these kids and everyone is yelling and talking, and to find peace in unpeaceful moments. And something I have to work on is certainly my multitasking, because I'm not a multitasking person, very disorganized, and like having everything in my mind, so many like inspiration and stimulus, and I just want to find, to do things one by one. This is something I'm learning. I don't believe in multitasking anymore.
No, do you happen to write things down? Do you
Yeah, I
journal?
have to, because otherwise.
Who here keeps a journal and finds it useful?
Yeah.
Yeah, journals are great. I believe so, right? Especially when you start getting old like me, and then you like forget stuff and you don't know well. Anyone else that is dying to share their 8-slice pizza? If not, if we're all good with this and you want to take it home though, and even if you're not sharing it with us, I think you focus now on what you need to improve. As I was saying, don't throw it away. Keep it and maybe work on it. And in a month or so, take it out and reassess yourself. Perhaps it has changed. Perhaps some of your weaknesses, you've had a chance to work on. Maybe your life has changed, your conditions have changed. So keep track of where you're at. It's very important to work on ourselves while we are serving others. That said, remember, at the beginning of this workshop, I told you that I was secretly taking notes. Well, it's absolutely true. And here are my notes. And as you can see, they're in different colors, and there is a reason for this. But I'm not going to tell you, because it wouldn't be exciting if not. So here, put down the mic, it's okay. Thank you. So I would like you to start more or less from the talkative front. Oh, actually, we should start from the bottom. No, I'm joking. And I would like you to randomly pick. These are questions that come from you. I did not make them up. And we're going to try to answer these questions together. As I said, I have two wonderful people here next to me with a lot of experience and insight. I don't know if there's questions for everybody. You don't have to pick it if you don't want one, but it would be nice to. And we will try to come together and give some solutions, some ideas regarding these. Maybe it's something that you have already faced in your organization. Maybe it's something that you will face in the future. So as I was saying, these questions are kind of organized on 3 different levels. One is regional, local, regional. One is going to be national, and one is going to be international. Because maybe right now you're just starting your community. It's a grassroots movement. But who knows what's going to happen next year? Maybe there's going to be this explosion of homeschoolers and numbers will go rising, and you're going to need to consider going international and maybe creating a movement or a meeting like this one here. So we're trying to keep it in perspective, and we're going to go through these 3 stages and 3 situations. So the first one I would like to address all the people, show me please, who has a red question. Okay, fantastic. So we would here, get you the microphones. And I would please ask you to read the question so we can brainstorm together on a possible answer.
So how do we stimulate members to participate to in-person events and to act as organizers?
Okay. How do we stimulate people to act as organizers? Oh, it's okay, you can wait. I don't know what's going on. I would like you, we're going to give a few, I don't know if we want to divide or maybe just take it from here all together. We came out from, the pandemic and 3 years of hardship. And I don't know what happened in your country, but in Italy, we were flourishing. Homeschooling was flourishing at the beginning of the pandemic. And when that hit, it erased everything. And even though some groups, the friends, very strong ties, they kept on seeing each other because they were confident that they weren't going to get in trouble, and maybe they created a pod, or some people continued during the pandemic, but it was very few people. And yet, wonderful environment that exists in homeschooling gatherings and organizations where new people come in, and the people that have been the veterans there, take them under their wing and show them things, and the kids start playing. All that was erased for like nearly 3 years. And all these new homeschoolers came running in with no direction, no groups, no meetings, online things, which were great. I mean, thanks to the internet, but still, it's not the same thing. So we had all the new people, and that was chaotic. We had the fun meetings, the ones, maybe the weekly meetings, all those good things, made impossible. A few of them remained stable, but what could we have done? Not much. Now we're rebuilding everything. I am confident that it will go very fast right now because there's a lot of new people and they're very motivated. The ones that are remaining homeschooling, maybe they sent their kids back to school after the pandemic, but the ones that are here now, they're super motivated, they're active, they're great members to have in our organizations, and we're going to have them do things. But how do you do it? Jean-Baptiste, you picked it, so you definitely have an answer.
Why don't you just tell people that we look for people ready to organize? Actually, because in Ukraine, for example, we are looking to organize stuff like that. And if you share on GHEX Facebook, okay, organizes, how do you say, hunted, and I'm sure you will be spammed, Yeah, because people do want, there are willing people. Just start with that. Say we look for people to help in organizing, and you will watch.
They'll come running. I don't know. Does somebody have trouble with this? Does somebody have trouble getting people to be active? I see a head nodding over here. Yeah, Emmy? We'll throw it to you. Catch it. I don't find like the Italian group is not that enthusiastic sometimes. I was in a meeting just recently, you know, we were giving out courses and things. That was great. But said, does somebody want to organize an event in their hometown? Silence. Not one spoke. I was shocked. Please.
So, what should I say?
We were asking, what is the reality for you?
Yes, okay. This is what I understood, but I was not sure. Okay, so I see that people are very passive because they see that there is not supported by many people to be active in homeschooling and they just don't dare and don't have time to step out. So, and I think, yes, she agrees. So I think it's just a gift of God to find some people who can be enthusiastic enough and express their enthusiasm to involve other people. I, as a leader, see they would be the right people to do this, but I need another one to just make them enthusiastic.
Okay, so motivating.
I think motivation, yes. I'm a visionary, but not an organizer or organized, not an organized someone. So I just realized that I need someone who is organized and who can realize our dreams that we are envisioning and tell to people what is their role in the machinery or in our plans, not machinery, I don't like this word. So just someone who can spot the people, the right people, and who can talk with them on a way that they will be active. At least in Hungary, I think this is a common problem that people don't really get involved actively in these things. They would like to changes to happen, but they don't see their role in this happening.
Thank you.
As the microphone is near, I'll make it easier for you. Yeah, for me, it's just opportunity. So, you know, if you have a large conference, then you're meeting people, and you can identify very quickly those. Well, you give them an invitation. Those who want to organize a hub in this area. We've interestingly in the UK we had an existing community before COVID, and it quite strengthened at the beginning, and Zoom was very effective and very well attended in the early months, and then it tailed off. But you need to give people ideas. You can't just give them a blank page. You've got to make suggestions whether people are hubbing around a locality or around a subject area or around a sporting gathering. And then folks will find things that resonate with their skills. Another hand next to me, which is very easy for the microphone.
That's exactly where I was going as well. That's my thought as well, is that, you know, that it is a matter of what you're asking people to do, correct? Like if it's just organizing an event, then if you're specific about, well, this is what it would take, and you just line up a series of requirements, and it's very short. And I think communication is critical for any of these issues and for leadership when it comes to onboarding other people to get them involved. And I think if we're able to be very specific about, okay, this is what's involved with this particular task, and it's maybe even visually presented and bullet points so that it's very, very clear and they have a picture of it. So with anything, if we have a vision of it and what's needed, it's so much more practical to say, oh, I actually could do that. It's not as hard as I thought it would be. And then obviously painting the need and the fruit that comes from that as well to help grow that vision. I think those things are really valuable.
Thank you. Great insight. So, you know, motivation, clear communication. I always notice this, that it's the parents that we kind of have to convince. And after the first time, the kids make friends, and they're going to drag the parents out to the meetings, to the events, and they're going to be the ones who want to organize. And once that clicks in, where it's all downhill, because the kids really are the motivators in that way. Let's see another question. Is there another question? We have so many. We want to get to the bottom of this. Is there another red question? Go. Yeah, two, whatever you want to hear. Okay. Nicholas.
How do we reach out to those who don't have or don't want access to the internet? I can actually speak to this just because I was homeschooling when there was no internet. So yeah, and there's this thing called a telephone that you can actually call people on, and it works. It's really kind of funny how it works. They connect with the ear, and you can talk to them. The other way that we connected back in the day was through faith communities. You know, you go to church, you find other people who homeschool. You go to a synagogue, you find other people who homeschool. Whatever your faith community is, and then you start building relationships in that way. So those are back, you know, in the olden days how we did it. So
thank you. Great. Sylvia, do you have some proposals? Would you like to? Thank you.
I can share ideas about that also, because in my reality in Portugal, we have lots and lots and lots of communities that are backing to this new style of life, living in mountains, in places where there are no internet at all. There are no phones either, so it's even more challenging. And I don't know, I don't have any data about that, but I believe that they are more or less half of the total of homeschoolers in Portugal. So it's a very huge amount of people that needs our support from our national organization. They really want to feel that they are connected with us, even because mostly I'm talking about mostly about foreign people from. We are here in a safe place, so I will tell you everything, okay? I cannot do this in Portugal in this way. So I'm talking about communities from German people, for example, that choose to live in Portugal because of the freedom. People from Spain, people from even from the United Kingdom that decided to live in Portugal with this lifestyle, with no connection with internet. So what I do is I go there and I take some time as a member of an organization and try to have the connection of one person of the community. And sometimes what I do is, if I can go there and organize a meeting for example, a day, we do that and we concentrate and we spread the word. I ask for that one person, please spread the word that on the day of this month, I will go there. And people get together and we organize a full day, very simple day, just get together, bring some food, make a circle of sharing ideas. And when I go back to Lisbon, there is when I leave, I still I propose another date from some months. So we have this connection. When they look for us, they know how to make the connection with us, and so they get in contact with us when they need. So this is another idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that we were talking about the simplicity of communication. I think it's also really the simplicity of the gathering. Sometimes some homeschoolers I see start out doing something very complicated that involves collecting money maybe or making reservations, and then they get frustrated. So usually at the beginning at least, it's better to promote something simple, like just a picnic or something like that, something where you don't really need to do anything. And my usual advice to them is do something that you would do anyway, even if you were by yourself. It helps a lot because people think that there has to be there has to be like a crowd, or there has to be a certain number of people to make it viable, to make it successful. Oh, did I? I'm sorry. Well, we're in sync. Give me 5. I'll stop it now. Let's ask the other question. Is there somebody else wanted to intervene, though? I don't want to like stifle the answers. Shall we move on? Yeah.
That's how I did field trips.
Field trips.
Is I would take field trips for my own children. I would take field trips for my own children, and then I would just ask, does anybody else want to come along? And I ended up, the entire town always wanted to come along. I mean, it started off just me and my kids, and then it spread. So, I mean, it does. It's just word of mouth.
No, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Question.
How do we get to know well the homeschool members of our group?
How do we get to know well the homeschool members of our group? How do we create like a relationship, a grassroots movement? Would you like to? Would you like to? Would you like to? Well, would you like? Is there someone who would like to? Come here. Right now. Yes, please. I beg you to.
Bring up there on the screen. So do we need to tell them? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so just a little bit about me. So I've been home educating 24 years. Okay, and from South Africa originally. I have 7 children. And I home educated from 1998 in Durban in South Africa, then in Pretoria in South Africa, and now I'm in Coventry in the UK. And in every city I've run a group. And the reasons for these groups can be different depending on where you live. So I'm going to get a little bit into that. But what I want to also bring is just the pizzas that you guys did is whatever I'm talking about now, you need to bring your own flavor. So the way I've done things where I've been is not necessarily the way you will do it. You bring those things, your strengths and your weaknesses. You bring a bit of you. And the thing about home educating is once you've kind of discovered it, you get so excited about it. You know, you have all these aha moments. It's, aha, I can do this. Aha, I can do that. And you want to tell everybody, and you want to encourage others to discover that for themselves. And so that's often why we start these groups. And so what I'm talking about today is about these local support groups, grassroots. Why do we need them? And how do we create them? And the reason I'm jumping in now is before you guys say everything that I was going to say, okay? And all of these photographs, there's a few photographs, all of them are from groups that I've been in. And this was my group in Durban in South Africa back in the day. You can see lovely barefoot South African children all looking very much like they're playing and having fun. And these children are all grown up now and all successfully adulting, which I'm very happy about. So do I use this thingy? Okay, no, I've not done this before, obviously. So reasons to start local groups. I'm sure most of you know these. It's a challenging lifestyle. There's often very little support from family and friends. People need advice, a place to come and ask. Home educating can be isolating, especially when you're living in the mountains, somewhere in Portugal. We feel that our children need more opportunities to play and to meet other children. Parents are lacking confidence. Some things are just better when you do them as a group. And there can be economical reasons, like you can do things and get a discount. And it can fill a specific need. So this is our sports day, which we would have once a year, pre-COVID. So you're getting together, the children are able to run and race against each other, and you know, you do these different things. So I want to just go into a little bit more detail about this. Is, you know, first of all, it's a challenging lifestyle. You're often choosing to go against the norm, and you have some people have family telling them, oh, you can't do it. you're going to mess up your children's chances. So you need friends. And so in Durban, in South Africa, where we have that beautiful climate like some of you do in your countries, our support groups were not about the children at all. They were about the parents, the home educating parent. We would sit in the garden, have a cup of tea, bring up a book maybe, read a chapter, and discuss our problems and share with each other and support one another. Really important to do. But in the UK, it rains a lot. And it's cold quite a lot as well. And that was quite a new thing for me, because I connected with some other home educators. We decided, okay, we're going to start a group. And all they were talking about is what they were going to do for the children. And I'm like, this is not how we did it. But anyway, when you've got a lot of children indoors, you have to do things for them. So the groups changed a bit. But we had some good ideas on how to make it also work for the parents. But it was much more aimed at something for the children to do, learning opportunities, and so on. So the next slide, we'll talk about the benefits of the local groups. So your local group can become a very supportive and helpful community. And we have seen that where a lot of our families have connected as friends, and these friends have become almost closer to them than church friends. And this is where they're finding that relationship and that connection. It empowers the individual parents through the passing on of information. So most groups, you'll have experienced parents and you'll have the new parents, and they can ask their questions and they can find out. And sometimes they're meeting an older child and they're like, phew, I can see my child will be okay because your child is okay. And parents can find somebody to talk to that understands them. And children are able to connect with others who are the same. But I do want to say, like the next point, they're normally children, older and younger. And the wonderful thing I found is that my children hardly ever had children of their friends the same age as them, often a bit younger or a bit older. And those friendships lasted really well. They were connecting more as on a spiritual, emotional connection level, like we would as adults, not just because you're all the same age. And it provides these opportunities for doing group activities. So we might decide we're going to do a science theme, and all you're doing for a few weeks is science theme, or you're doing a history theme, geography, you can choose, or arts and crafts, and you can just focus around that one thing. And of course, it provides opportunities. As I said earlier, this is a benefit, group discounts. So we, in our group, every year, come September, we go to Legoland in Windsor, and we get like the school rate, and we have an absolutely wonderful day. And then also, the well-managed groups enable children and their parents to flourish and thrive. The thing that I did find very difficult was with COVID is how do you respond? And what we had to do is go on Zoom. So I was doing a lot of things on Zoom. We even did like a cooking show, where the children would cook in their house and they watch the Zoom when they get the demonstration. So that worked quite well. But yeah, so now I'm afraid I can't remember what my next slide is. So I'm going to, but these two children, I just love this picture of them. This is on one of our outings. And these two having a really wise moment together and just having a little chat. It's so sweet. Okay, so these are just a few pictures of some of the things we've done as our group. So we have a camp every year as well, family camp. And these mums and the children were learning crochet and teaching each other some crafts. And this is our campfire when we do the marshmallows and singing, and the children will get, I'm sorry, it's a bit bright, so maybe you can't see it so well. And at the top there, that was a drama. We got together to do drama. And they were ancient Romans. I hope you can tell that they were ancient Romans, and they took part in a speech and drama festival presenting this thing about the Romans. And then down below we have some children doing some painting. So these are things. Now our group grew to, in Coventry, grew to something like 60 children, which became incredibly hard to manage. So I would say, you know, you've got to think a little bit about managing. Now, some of the stuff I'm sharing, because I know some of you run groups already, but you want to encourage others to start groups. And the one thing that I have said, and I'm going to let me see what's the next. Okay, how do you get going? And I bet you my first point, one of you's raised, do it because you need it. If anyone joins you, it's a bonus. So you normally, you know, to be a group, you just need another family, but you don't have to even, you can just do what Teresa said, where you say, well, I want to do this. Who wants to join me? And I want to suggest that post-COVID, that's what we need to go back to. Because my lovely group that I had in Coventry has now not meeting anymore. Because after COVID, what happened is those families that could connect, like we had rule of 6 in England. And so families would meet smaller groups, and they just happily got on with it, and they don't need the group anymore, the big group. They're busy. And so we found that when we wanted to come back to meeting, we were using a hall, and we didn't have enough people to pay the cost of the hall. So I would say, if you're in that position, post-COVID, people are not getting together, go back to those basics. And for me, my youngest is 16, so it's not me really. I don't need to do that anymore. You know, I'm at a different stage of life. So I'm trying to encourage others. And what is interesting is I'm seeing other little groups starting, and I've got to try not mind that too much because it's the nature of things. So don't be afraid to start small because, as Teresa says, it will grow, especially if you go to Legoland. I like that. And you can start up for free by meeting in the park or in somebody's house. So that was what you said. You know, it doesn't need to be expensive. So that's going back to how our group actually started with meeting up in the park. And it's good if you agree some basic group rules fairly early on in the beginning, like respect and kindness. We were very careful, or we let parents know that if there are problems between the children, we need to go and help them to work that out. Because the children need to understand to be kind and to welcome new children and to not make it too hard for them. So some basic group rules are good, but you kind of need to agree them. And set up how you want to communicate. So for us, originally we were using email back in the day. Then we got onto Facebook groups once Facebook was doing groups. Some people use WhatsApp. There's different, you've got to figure out, you know, what's going to work for you, but you need to have some form of communication to let people know what you're doing. At the moment, I have a mailing list, but sometimes I forget to send an email out to tell people that the group on Facebook that we're doing this. Yeah, but you can set up events on Facebook as well, so that's quite straightforward to do. And you build community by intention. You celebrate and you share life together and you look after each other. And I want to tell you how we did that. So I was saying how the groups in the UK were more about the children. Now what we do is every now and again we have mum's night. And the mums go out for a meal, or I've had them come to my house, and if they want to bring their knitting, or my group, oh my goodness, they knit socks, and they're knitting shawls, and they're just always making things. They love to make things. So if you say to them, you know, bring whatever you're making, and bring some cake, and we get together, and the mums have a chance to just have a laugh and build up relationships. If we have a mother who's about to have a baby, we organize maybe a baby shower, or we organize a rotation of meals to take food to the family during those early days and to see how we can help them. Or if somebody is ill, we do that as well. We have like Christmas events. So we'll often have a Christmas concert, and we, like, all the children can perform. We do a prize giving every year. So in the summer, our school obviously finishes school year around July. We have a prize giving. Each parent must give their child 2 certificates to acknowledge their achievements in 2 areas. So they will choose, and then they acknowledge their child in front of everybody, and we can all applaud their success. And then we also have a camp, as I said, every year, which is quite a lovely thing to do, to go camping and doing things together. So you look for these different ways that you can build community, because for us it is very much about community and relationship as well. Another thing that's quite a good tip is that if you've got new people coming to the group and the child doesn't quite fit, I encourage them to connect with just one other family and go and visit them at their home, or to invite them to their home, so they get a one-on-one, the child can become friends with that child in a small, intimate environment, and when they come back to the group, they know that child. It's not so difficult for them. And these are just some ideas, which we've already said a little bit about. So arts and crafts, science activities, themed activities. So we've done like around the world, where every family did a different country and did the food. So lots of those sorts of ideas, good fun. Lego, we have a Lego club, and we collected a bunch of Lego, and once a month we would put that, have that, and the mums, that's when the mums can sit and chat. So the children just play Lego, and that's good. Oh, this is a good one. You can invite a guest speaker or somebody else to come along and present an art lesson. And our most fun we invited someone who dresses up like a Roman soldier, and he brought all the shields, and he taught them how to march in formation. And that was really, that was just fantastic. And we had to, all pay a little bit extra to give him his payment, but that was a really nice sort of theme to do. And then the last one is the field trips, as Teresa said, and we do a lot of those. And what I am doing now post-COVID is saying to people, look, it's okay if we don't meet up, but let's try and get out. We live in a wonderful area. I live right near where Shakespeare was born. There's beautiful history in the area. Let's go and just get out and go and do things outdoors. So that's kind of how you I think just the post-COVID recovery, those things that I said, go back to the basics. Encourage people just not to sort of give up entirely, but maybe just go back to starting small. And I think it will grow eventually. I think that's the end of that one, yeah? How do I close that? Anyway, so that's so if you've got questions on the little things that have been answered, then great. If they haven't, then Erica can come back to those. I think any unanswered questions. Yeah, for sure. Okay, so that's.
Thank you. Look, let's do this. Let's put that beautiful picture that you had at the beginning, so we can look at all those happy children and be inspired. It's gonna there. There's another one at the beginning that was really pretty. There we go. Well, thank you so much, Juliet. It was very inspiring to hear this. You know what we did in our organization? My husband helps me support homeschoolers, and starting, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, even before COVID, we started having father's Zoom call. As we call it, Il Club des Papas. And you can't imagine how many fathers came online. And one evening, and they weren't all, because, Italians are everywhere, all over the world, right? So they were from everywhere. My husband once comes back and he's like, do you know who was online? It was this chef. And he was with us, but because of the time zone he was in, he was at work. So we were basically in his kitchen while he was working. And he was the chef, but he wanted to follow up because his wife wanted to homeschool. And these fathers who sometimes are on the sidelines because they're busy, because maybe they're the ones, working a lot, and the mothers are staying at home. I know it's a stereotype, but it does happen, and they're a little bit less involved. It can happen. And they trust their wives, but also they need a little bit of camaraderie. They need a little bit of support. And so we started doing Il Club des Papas. And I, of course, stepped out completely because I had no reason to be there. The funny thing also is that my husband said sometimes you would see the wives pushing their husbands in front of the screen, just pushing, shoving them there. Or wives trying to listen, eavesdropping on the conversations. And my husband's like, you get out. You don't have to be here, right? And every year we have a national meeting, and it's been incredible. My heart fills with joy because this year, the room that we had decided to have the Club des Papas real in person was very big. And we filled it. Do you remember? There were I don't know, for us in Italy, having 60 fathers, 70 fathers in a room. I mean, that was amazing. And it happened in person, and now we're going to continue. So I think if you haven't thought about it, dedicate something to them. It's important. It's important because it's always, the counterpart. Not always, but often, okay? It happens. Anyone else with a red little question? I know there were more than 3. Somebody hiding them in their pockets is another. Is there anyone with a red little question? No? No? Yeah. Well, thank you.
So how can we overcome difficulty to attract a younger demographic?
Okay, how do we
Can you help
attract a younger, thank you so much, a younger demographic? How do we attract a younger demographic? Has anyone thought about this?
So I started a Facebook page, public page in 2014, and recently I've been learning with my 18-year-old daughter how to handle Instagram, because apparently I'm just old and I should really be on Instagram because that's where they all are. So yeah, I'm learning that right now.
That's an important one. I'm actually thinking about TikTok, but I can't dance. So I don't know what to do. But we have to think about it. We can't just continue on our usual channels. I think we have to innovate. I think we have to see where people are. We have to keep an eye on all the new technologies, all the new platforms, and experiment. And it's going to be hard because, again, you have to learn it all over again. You're learning Instagram. I learned Instagram. Last night, I was fixing a reel before going to bed. I look at the clock. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I was like, oh, my goodness, I have to be faster. But it's tough. But we need to do it. We can't just, continue. And, of course, the ones that are up in the mountains, they don't care. But we'll do the phone call. But anyway, anyone else? Yeah, thank you. Over there, there's a comment.
Yeah, just a little story to share about Instagram, because I thought I can try it, like I'm over 50, I try an Instagram account. And so in January, I went, as I just told in the last lesson, I went to Andalusia. And my project was I wanted to talk to families, world schooling, unschooling, homeschooling families who go there in the wintertime. And they come from all over the world. And I thought, wow, it would be great to just, spread the word and to get some interest. And I created this Instagram page. And I wanted to post pictures where I go and, interviews probably, or pictures of the families I wanted to visit and the places. The problem was I got a lot of followers, like 1,300 very quickly. But because I went there with my motorcycle, these are all motorcyclists. So nobody was ever interested in the home education topic, only in the motorcycling. So it's really, you have to give it a little thought how to do it. And maybe we have to ask the young people, because I think they know better how to do it.
Absolutely. That's why we need to attract them. That's why we need to have them with us. That's why it's great to have older kids. my eldest is 17, and he's antisocial media. I know he's not a good example, but Nicholas is here, and he is. So, and even my daughter, and they're great insights for this kind of things. A very similar thing happened to us too. I think I got the right or wrong, you'll decide, hashtag on a post on Instagram. And in an hour, I came to 1,000 views or something like that of a little reel. And I'm thinking, wow, this is incredible. And I didn't understand why. And then I go look, and it was some Indian group that for some reason was probably, it was directed to them, and they liked it a lot. It was a thing on nature. So it wasn't real homeschoolers. It was just like a twist of the of Instagram, of the algorithm, right? So anyway, it happens, but it's good to experiment, I believe. Now, I would like to ask you, time is ticking. What time do we have to close, by the way? At 6. I don't know if we will finish this workshop, but we can definitely continue it. I would like to ask you, who here has the yellow questions? Because we're stepping up. We're going to the national level. Oh, there's one right here. Or one there. If you want to go there, there's closer.
How to meet politicians and make the cause of homeschooling heard.
Wow, how to meet politicians.
I really want to answer that,
This
Erica.
is my question. I can't meet anyone. Italian politicians don't consider homeschooling. incredible. Please, please.
Oh, no, I was joking. Let someone, if someone.
Oh, no, I'm not.
Okay, I'm very, well, this is the question for me because I feel that I have some enthusiasm about that. Don't ask me why. But in my experience, I have some friends from my youth that are working in political fields, so in many different political parties in Portugal. Well, to be honest with you, right now, not one remains in the political field, but this would be another story. And just by curiosity, I'm thinking about great friends, but they don't understand what I'm doing about homeschooling. So there are great persons to make the first connections, but they are not the ones to get more involved for what I want to do when I'm working, defending homeschooling. Why? In my opinion, because it's very hard for people that don't understand what we're doing to know our lifestyle, changing the mindset. I'm not saying that everyone does that. So what I began to do was to go for a coffee moment or something with one friend at a time, just to make the right questions. And the right questions, in my opinion, were not, what do you think about homeschooling? It was things like, well, you know, I'm beginning this work with this national movement, so I'm very interested in knowing what people inside the parliament think about this. So it was not about them in the first moment. It was, what do you think about the others? So I began to realize and to make some strategy without knowing that 7 years ago. And so I began to get in contact not with my friends, but with those that they shared to me that, oh, I know there's this other deputy, this other one that is really interested in knowing more. Right now, 6 or 7 years later, what I do is two things. First, and more important in my opinion, I have those contacts here on my phone as friends. So from time to time, I go and have lunch. And what I want is to be very honest with these people, saying, okay, I need your help, but in a very personal way. I need you to get in, to do some connections from your heart. So not about what you are thinking about this, but what do you feel about having this and this and this bad situation in our own country. So I try to get the connection with the heart. This is one of the things that I do, and I believe it's working. Well, not so much as I wish, because our legislation is not the best one right now, but I feel that even without having the best regulation right now, I am with the team of the organization, of course. I'm not alone on this. We are beginning to construct something that will have fruits in the near future. And the second thing that I do is scheduling official meetings with politicians that I don't know in person, that are not in my social connections, but I go there to do meetings from time to time when we need and when we don't need with urgency, because I want them to have my organization always on their minds. And the third thing, and last, I'm sorry, Erica, because I know that we don't have time, but I don't have a presentation.
This is super important.
Yes, I go to lunches, I go to museum events, I go to when I have the opportunity to be there for them to see me without speaking with them if not possible, but I want them to see my face each time that I can, because I know and I already use it when they decided to change our law, and when I get there with more urgency to have a meeting, it was more quick to get the meeting because they already know my name and my face. And by the way, just the last thing, I suffer from something that some of you shared in the very beginning of the workshop. Believe it or not, my most difficulty it is, and please trust me, it is showing my face. I am loving to be here, and I decided that it's part of my mission to spread the word, appear on social media, on events, etc. But it's not my comfort zone, you know? But with the help of GHEX and with the help of other persons, I realized that this is part of the mission. We cannot hide. So if we believe and we feel that we have some profile to go there and talk with politicians in a social way, in a formal way, we have to do it. So this is what I do. And I have the list of politicians right out from every parties in my country. Sorry for taking so much time.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I think it helps a lot. How many of you feel that you're already at this stage? How many of you feel that you're already at this stage, or that you are at this stage? You think, yeah?
We actually invited politicians last weekend to one of the places we meet up. And it was a great opportunity for us to actually give them the real numbers and the real story behind homeschooling, as opposed to the famous stereotypes. So we compared, for example, we asked them a certain amount of questions, and of course, they're afraid that our children don't have a social life. So we asked the parents to answer the same questions, what their fear were when they started homeschooling, and then 1 year later, 2 years later, or so many years later, how they felt now. And we compared those, and we could show those to the politicians. And like I said this morning, the most important impact we had was allowing them to discuss and ask questions to a bunch of kids in a nice cozy room between 15 and 20 who've been homeschooling for quite a number of years. We're not talking fresh homeschoolers. We're really talking about kids who've been doing it for a long time. And that very much changed their mindset. Because as an adult, you're lobbying. They know where you're coming from. They kind of expect you to defend the thing. You invited them for that. But when they have teenagers that they're so afraid, these kids have no education, no social life, they're not going to have a job. And when these kids share their stories and their successes and their experiences, that's when all of a sudden the people in front, we saw the change. We literally saw the change. One guy came out and said, after meeting your children, I'm actually asking myself if I did it right with my kids. And that took one day. Okay, my colleague is here. She's a politician. So, of course, she used her address book. But to me, that personal connection, knowing, talking to you, calling you on the phone, going to see you on a regular basis. We started that 5 years ago in Switzerland, meeting with the Direction de l'Éducation. They know who we are, we know who they are. When we have an issue with one family, we can call them, we have their mobile phones now, we can go, listen, this family, this happened, you sure? Oh shoot, that was a mistake, sorry. And we get things fixed, which means people don't get angry at each other. We can actually really make it easy. And as long as we're happy bunnies, they're happy bunnies in a sense.
Thank you very much. Yeah, proximity is so important. Anyone else would like to share? Who is facing challenges trying to contact politicians, or who doesn't know where to start from? Is there someone here who's tried and maybe failed? Me? Someone else? Here.
I became, I arrived in the Senate in the room of deputies after a big scandal. So this big scandal was very good for me because they finally invited me to know the truth. So it was a good occasion to expose myself to the politicians. And right now, the law of education in Romania, no matter how disputable is it in this hour, it encloses 2 lines which I wrote about the possibility of Romanian kids to take other educational systems, not necessarily homeschooling, because our president is against homeschooling, but other educational system, not necessary at compulsory schools. So we wait for the vote. So
thank you.
So it's a scandal. It's a good start.
Yes, so something that we've done in the UK, and I know every country is different and how you approach a politicians is different, so you've got to figure out what's going to work. But we found that we have some home educators that have joined political parties, but only certain political parties, and they have been able to influence policy there because they've just by being active. And a friend and I, we both joined the Conservative Party in the UK, which is currently in power. And so last weekend we were able to attend the conference, the party conference, where these politicians are. And we were sitting in sessions with the MPs right in front of us. And we could, we were like, for the questions, just to try and make sure we got a question in that was something linked to home education, just to make that awareness of, that to bring us into the conversation. But a couple of the ministers we met, we've now got their names, and they've said, they would be happy to go on a Zoom with us and that kind of thing. So I think, you've got to think of these opportunities. And certainly in England, if you get involved with your a political party and you start volunteering and helping, you get to know them, and then you kind of win some points that maybe will help you as well in getting those conversations. But I think what Sylvia was saying really is you want relationship. It's relationship is actually what's going to get them to listen to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have a question, and I will ask anyone who's willing to answer this question. Obviously, if you're a leader in an organization and you start contacting different politicians in different parties, or maybe, as you said, going out and meeting them and things like that, or maybe doing some videos or doing some articles together or something like that. How do you deal with the judgment of others, like according to, because maybe someone will say, why is she with that person, or why is he with that person, or is this group in that direction, or is it in this direction? And it's very scary because, of course, you want to serve everybody and you don't want to. And I think this might be our last question, right? Because
maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Can I answer again? I don't want
please,
to.
Please.
Okay. I'm sorry. Yes, I think it's the hard part because as a national organization, I see myself as one of the persons in Portugal that have a very clear or a little clear vision about what is happening in different parties regarding the support to homeschoolers, of course. And I don't want to have a very political speech right now, but you know what I mean. At the same time, most of the homeschool families that I know are defending parties that I know that don't defend homeschooling. Yes? Okay? So this is very hard when we go there. Yes, Jean-Baptiste, you know. Because we really want to defend, I really want to defend the cause, not the political ideology. But I have to deal with that because I know what to expect when I go to this party and the other party and the other and the other. So what I do is I prepare the aspects that I know that will make the connection. Let me give you an example. One of the parties that were not, they don't want to connect with us at all because of these kind of situations. They associate us to a different ideology than what they have. It's a party that is ruled almost by women. So I get to that. And the first thing that I said is, I am here as a woman. And thank you so much for what you are doing for women, by the way. Because, and I was honest. Okay? So And they said to me something like, oh no, but we don't support homeschoolers because women are being used by husbands to stay at home, and we don't support that. But in this meeting, I have the opportunity to show the other way. And I said, well, I'm a woman, and I can guarantee you that I was the one that wanted to do homeschooling, and it was hard convincing my husband to do it. And it is almost the same for most of homeschool families. Now, I'm just showing and joking a little bit about how can we find something exactly, and then we go through that, and then remain with the truth, because the temptation is, let's go with this party because I want them to support me. Don't do that. I don't do that. There's a moment where I know things will not go well, so I remain with the truth of what I believe. But till that moment, I want to begin to show the aspects that they can connect with us, and then we'll see. At least if we don't succeed in the parliament, I believe that I'm being successful with that person. And maybe with that, something inside the party, I don't know, let me dream a little, let me continue dreaming. But I can guarantee you that in Portugal, at least, because of this, the regulation is not so bad as it could be if we were not doing that. Because when the legislation was debated in the parliament, we had at the time, I believe, I don't remember well, but 8 parties I think, in our parliament, and no more, 11, I think, I'm sorry, and 6 speak for us. Okay, so it was very good. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Sylvia. Yes, there's a raised hand. Would you like to pass her the mic?
Sorry, thanks.
Million microphones.
I have a question. I'm taking into account I'm a bit naive. What if we propose this kind of freedom in education at European level, and from the European level to be not necessarily imposed but suggested to the other states? I don't know, it's the short solution. It's a dream, yeah, I know. I'm a dreamer.
No, it is. Thank you so much.
This is a great question.
jump in my chair because we are already talk about that. We talk about that in the committee, but let me say, and looking at the time, I just say that, but we can continue
you can create
sharing.
suspense. Look, we have another workshop. I know you're
will
loving
have,
this, but
yes, but the last thing is we don't want. Well, we want to do things as a group, not. So let's see what emerges from these 2 days. To be connected with solutions, isn't it? But yes, this is one of my dreams, is let's go to a European level. Let's continue in our countries. But
there's another raised hand here. And then we'll close like that. Juliet wants to share one last thing, but it's very exciting.
Okay, I think we need to be very careful about the level of the EU, because which way we will have from Germany, or for example from Poland. I think the education is the last thing that is not regulated on the level of the Europe. So, of course, it is a good dream to have the freedom on the level of Europe, especially with the Germany. Yeah? But I think we need to be careful.
Thank you. Thank you. So there's another raised hand.
Thank you. I just wanted to add something. Maybe I should have talked before, but I wanted to remind that you could, if you are interested in politics, you can just get into a party, and if you are elected, it's good for for what people think of homeschoolers, because we have the wrong idea that we just are looking after ourselves and not about after the others. And it's a very, very good way to get in touch with other politicians. For my part, I am in the party, the Greens, the ecologists. And in my party, many people, many elected politicians had a very bad idea of homeschooling. And when they saw that I was actually making homeschooling with my children, they were just totally moved. They were shocked and they couldn't understand why I had made that choice. And I really have the feeling that it changes a lot to have an example with the same ideas as them. So if you or your children are enthusiastic to do politics, it would be a very good idea. And about just the idea to get into the European laws to change things, I'm wondering if it wouldn't be better to talk with the UNESCO, because they are settling our rights. So that would be good to have them with us.
Thank you. Thank you for the insight. Yes, yes. So as I said, I think we're going to continue this workshop as bearing fruit. It's great. It's great brainstorming with you. Juliet wants to add a little bit, a little closing. I thank you, as it is for now. Thank you very much for the attention. And I let Juliet close the meeting. Thank you again.
Yeah, I just want to speak a little bit about, because we're talking about organizing to serve homeschoolers in this session. So one of the things I've also done is to run an international, like a conference. It didn't start off international. This is just basically, we had to go virtual through COVID and everything, but a really good way to connect with home educators, to serve them, to give them information, good solid information that empowers them and equips them, is to have a conference. And we had a live conference for many years, and then of course with COVID we went virtual. The advantage of the virtual conference is that of course you can have international speakers, like we had Peter Gray. So I can't interact with this at all, but this is the website. And basically you can click on everything here and it takes you to the speakers, and it takes you to, and all the video recordings are up on the website from our conference in May. But our aim is to empower, equip, enable, and encourage parents to educate their children with boldness and freedom. And so we choose speakers like Peter Gray, like Naomi Fisher, that are giving good, accurate information that makes parents walk away from saying, I can do this. And that's what it's all about. And that way you empower individuals to empower others as well, and encourage others, and you build an empowered community. And my one thing is to say, an empowered parent will raise empowered children. So there's that really wonderful knock-on. But what I would like to say, if anyone is really interested in accessing the conference, I'm happy to give you free access. So you can go and actually look at all the recordings, all the Zoom recordings and everything from May this year. I'll give you a sign-in. And then just to look out for it. So it's called Learn Free Home Educators Conference. Next year, I think we might do live or hybrid. But think about doing something like that in your own countries if you're not already.
Yeah. One other quick thing. Would you like to give back to Nicholas your papers so we can continue tomorrow? And maybe if you read them already, you can come up during the night. You can come up with solutions and proposals. One more thing from Sylvia. Yes. Unfortunate news here.
Yes.
And one more? No, this is actually the last one.
Yeah, it is not about workshop. It's only an information that I have to give you. Unfortunately, in this event, some of us were robbed. We are advising you all to keep your belongings always with you. It was not here, okay. We don't know if it was at the hotel, but the advice is please stay with your passports and for those who have it and all the belongings with you. Unfortunately, this happens. So it's a sad advice, but it's better to let you know that then happen again. But because I don't want to finish it without celebrating something, please, Erica, finish with celebration. At least some applause.
I would just like, please, give yourselves a hand. Clap, please. I see this auditorium here, this room is, we need to clap a little bit more, okay? Really, it's important. So thank you so much for being here. I'm excited for tomorrow. It's going to be another great day together. Have a good evening. For those who come to the dinner, well, we'll see you there. If not, have a good night's sleep and see you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Bye.